Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
One Strike Player, The Sword Master Awakens. Part 1. Accompanied by the prompts in his mind and the massive explosion in his ears, Lin Lan finally woke up. He found himself lying on a shattered street, with a distant skyscraper emitting black smoke. Lin Lan, 25 years old. Originally a DNF game streamer on Earth, he caught the transmigration trend on his very first day of streaming. What's going on? Wasn't I streaming a speedrun of Dark Side? Lin Lan rubbed his temples and quickly scanned the surrounding environment. Seconds later, his mouth twitched. With the prompts he had just heard and the current environment, he was almost certain he had transmigrated. Before he could think too much, an emotionless, mechanical prompt continued to ring in his mind. All data loaded. Obtained. Novice gift pack. Player attribute panel updated. As the prompts faded, a game-like attribute panel appeared in Lin Lan's retina. Player. Lin Lan. LV. 1. Level cap 99. Characters who break the limiter can continue to level up. Faction. Human. Occupation. Sword Soul. Unique occupation. HP. 1000 1000s. MP. 500 500s. Equipment. Shabby casual clothes. Defense plus O. Skills. None. Overall strength. 20. Affected by level. 5-dimensional attributes, equipment, etc. Backpack. Novice gift pack. Tasks. None. System evaluation. You are the only player in this world. Everything you see has been digitized and gamified. Pain sensation reduced by 90%, but be aware, death in the game means the true end. Alright, a classic transmigration start. The cheat has arrived too. Lin Lan quickly calmed down. He had read countless transmigration novels, so he stroked his chin, which lacked a beard, and analyzed quickly, in other words. I am now the only player in this One Punch Man world. When his gaze swept over the attribute panel again and saw the occupation was Sword Soul, his mouth couldn't help but curve upward. Sword Soul. Fine, back to my old trade. I spent 10 years cutting down apostles in the arid continent in my past life, and now I'm here in the One Punch Man world to cut down monsters. Lin Lan then flexed his wrists, but having to start from level 1 again, leveling up is going to be a pain. Before he could digest this information, another deafening explosion came from the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A skyscraper in the distance instantly collapsed. As the thick smoke cleared, a monster with entirely purple skin stood amidst the ruins. This monster had two short, rounded antennae on its head, sharp, long ears pointing upwards, and a ferocious expression as it stared forward, exuding a terrifying aura. A Namekian, purple edition. The moment he saw this purple monster, a striking red-bordered data panel refreshed in Lin Lan's retina. Name. Vaccine Man. Level. 60. Faction. Monster, hostile. Favorability. -20, initial favorability for opposing faction -10. HP. 88,888 88,888. MP. 37,638 Skills. Energy Ball Barrage, Form Change, Viral Contamination. Introduction. A monster born from the Earth's will to curb humanity's continued pollution of the environment. A dragon-level monster, possessing immense power. Due to its hatred for humans, favorability towards the human faction has decreased by 10. Inner thought. Humans all deserve to die, wipe out all humans in this world. Level 60. Screw this, I'm out. Lin Lan could now be certain he had transmigrated into the world of One Punch Man. As a shut-in from his previous life, he was intimately familiar with this anime. The appearance of Vaccine Man here meant it was right at the beginning of the plot. The story took place in a city, where the Hero Association headquarters was located. According to the plot, heroes would soon arrive to stop the rampaging Vaccine Man. Lin Lan thought for a moment, found a relatively safe spot, and opened the Novice Gift Pack. Successfully used. Novice Gift Pack. Congratulations on obtaining. Equipment. Tachi, Collector. Grade. Rare, Purple. Equipment requirement. Sword Soul. Effect. Attack plus 15%. Special Effect Collector Passive can execute enemies with HP below 5%. Equipment. Sword Soul's light armor set top bottom. Grade. Rare purple. Base effect. All attributes plus 5%. Set effect 2 pieces when receiving damage exceeding 50% of your own HP limit. Trigger, afterimage, to reduce this damage by 99%, cooldown 1 hour. Skill book. Ghost Slash. Type. Active skill, initial. Cost. 50 megapixels. Effect. Attaches the power of ghosts and gods to the weapon, launching a powerful dark attribute slash forward, dealing 150% damage and causing a brief blinding effect. When using a Tachi-type weapon, the slash range increases by 50%. Game currency. Gold coins x 500. System note. This is the only currency recognized by this system and can be used in specific shops or functions. NPCs in this world will accept this currency for transactions by default and consider it reasonable. Prompt. Equipment has been automatically equipped, skill has been learned. As the system prompt faded, Lin Lan felt his right hand grow heavy. A Tachi exuding dark red energy was already in his grip. At the same time, the clothes on his body had turned into purple light armor. Lin Lan raised his right hand and tried swinging it a few times, it felt good. With a thought, the weapon and armor vanished, and he was back in his shabby casual clothes, but the equipment was still displayed in the equipment slot on the attribute panel. Being able to switch back and forth is quite convenient. Lin Lan's gaze fell on the special effect of the Tachi, Collector. Collector. Can execute enemies with HP below 5%. Execution. 5%. Lin Lan looked up at the purple monster in the distance, which exuded a terrifying aura. Vaccine Man, and the terrifying health bar displayed above its head. 88,888 88,888. 5% of its HP was still a whopping 4,444 HP. A level 1 player who had just left the novice village, how was he supposed to fight this boss? Just as Lin Lan was pondering how to snatch a kill, 2 figures flashed in the distance. One was wearing a brownish-red tight combat suit with underwear worn on the outside and a yellow smiley face logo on the chest. A black mask covered his face, and he carried a kendama on his shoulder that also had a smiley face logo. The other person had blonde hair spiked backwards and a yellow lightning mark on the left side of his face. These two were heroes from the Hero Association, Smiling Superman, and Lightning Max. Lin Lan's retina soon displayed the data for these two. Smiling Superman LV30. Lightning Max LV28. The names above their heads were green, forming a stark contrast with the red of the distant Vaccine Man, indicating they were units that would not actively attack Lin Lan. Both of these were A-class heroes, and their rankings in the A-class weren't low, yet they hadn't even exceeded level 30. Their HP wasn't even 1/3 of Vaccine Man's. At this level, and with this much health, the gap was already apparent. Lin Lan didn't expect them to defeat Vaccine Man. As long as they could chip away some health, that would be enough. Consequently, he hid behind a tilted concrete slab to observe. The battle erupted the next moment. Monster. Stop your atrocities. Smiling Superman shouted, charging forward while carrying his iconic kendama hammer. Almost simultaneously, Lightning Max transformed into a golden streak of lightning, maneuvering to the flank at an astonishing speed to look for an opening. Another piece of trash here to die. Vaccine Man's face twisted as veins popped out. As he raised his hands, 2 fist-sized purple energy balls were fired instantly. Smiling Superman's eyes sharpened as he attempted to block with his kendama. Boom. The moment the energy ball touched the kendama, it didn't bounce off, but instead exploded violently. The terrifying impact far exceeded Smiling Superman's estimation. He was sent flying instantly, crashing hard into a store window by the roadside, his chest charred black. In Lin Lan's line of sight, the health bar above Smiling Superman's head dropped to only 1/3, indicating a moderate injury status. It was gone in one hit. What? Lightning Max was terrified, not expecting this seemingly unimpressive monster to be so powerful. But he had no way out, so he gritted his teeth, pushed his speed to the limit, and rushed towards Vaccine Man. Lightning kick. Lightning Max kicked out with his right foot at full strength, aiming straight for Vaccine Man's face. His shoes were lightning shoes infused with gunpowder, Carrying explosive power and lightning-like speed, they were quite strong. Boom! The explosion burst on Vaccine Man's head, and the smoke engulfed that purple face. However, as the smoke cleared, Vaccine Man only tilted his head, and the spot where he was hit was only slightly flushed. At this moment, Lin Lan in the distance saw a string of red numbers flash above Vaccine Man's head. -355. Seeing this scene, Lin Lan almost laughed out loud. Even a professional scratch damage artist isn't as dedicated as you. Level 28 fighting level 60, with level suppression and defense mitigation, it's not bad that you can even break defense. However, at least it proves this guy isn't invincible. In less than half a minute, two A-class heroes were defeated by Vaccine Man. The strength of a dragon-level monster is terrifying. Too weak. The so-called heroes of humanity are nothing more than this. It is time to completely cleanse this filthy land. Vaccine Man floated up, his hands gathering a terrifying energy ball far larger than the previous ones, and an aura of destruction began to permeate the area. Two more energy blasts were hurled towards the center of City A. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed over City A once again. A dazzling white light flashed, and a crater with a diameter of over 20 meters and a depth of over 8 meters appeared in the center of City A. Before long, sirens wailed throughout City A. Hero Association Headquarters, Monitoring Room. The piercing disaster alarm echoed in the command room. The giant screen was divided into multiple frames, with the main shot locked onto Vaccine Man, who was floating above City A and causing wanton destruction. Sitch, one of the high-level managers of the Hero Association, stood in front of the screen with his hands behind his back, his usually calm face wearing a rare look of gravity. He looked at the newly formed giant crater with a diameter of over 20 meters on the screen and asked in a deep voice, "Has the disaster level been measured?" Beside him, a female operator in uniform had her 10 fingers flying across the keyboard. "It has been measured. This monster is of the dragon level." Sitch revealed an expression of, as expected. Heroes have gone to support. They are the A-class hero, Smiling Superman, and Lightning Max, but we cannot contact them now, the signal has been lost. Sitch frowned deeply, not surprised by this result. The helplessness of A-class heroes in the face of a dragon-level disaster is in itself a cruel fact. What about the S-class? Who is nearby that can respond? Searching. Lord Tatsumaki has just finished handling the disaster in City J. She has received the order and stated she will rush over at top speed. The operator reported, looking at the light point on the screen representing Tatsumaki moving rapidly towards City A, feeling slightly relieved. Tatsumaki. Sitch repeated the name in a low voice, his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxing slightly. Sitch had absolute faith in Tatsumaki's strength. This monster could definitely be eliminated. He only hoped that before the second-ranked S-class hero arrived, the city's losses and casualties could be minimized. Lock onto the monster's location, provide the optimal route guidance for Tatsumaki, and then evacuate the surrounding civilians. Yes. The scene cuts back. The ruined street where Lin Lan was located. Lin Lan watched the blue number, -100, for MP consumption floating above Vaccine Man's head every time he used a skill, and quickly calculated in his mind, 38,000 mana, 100 per skill. He can throw 380 shots in a row. By the time he runs out of mana, the map of City A will have to be remade. What made him even more speechless was that the 355 HP that Lightning Max had just taken off from Vaccine Man, had recovered within these few seconds. It comes with combat health regeneration. The design of this boss is just too shitty. Lin Lan couldn't help but complain, as the fool developer a sore loser. The piercing sound of the alarm echoed over City A. Lin Lan knew that the Hero Association's reinforcements should be on the way, but according to the plot, there was only one person who could truly solve this matter. Baldy Saitama, if you don't come soon, this newbie village's gatekeeper boss is going to slaughter the city. Lin Lan stayed here despite the pressure of being killed in one hit because he had thought of the plot's development. This is a level 60 boss. According to the game's settings, it must drop a lot of good things. If he were lucky enough to steal the kill, his experience points would skyrocket. Just as Lin Lan was waiting for the bald man to arrive, Vaccine Man in the air suddenly landed on the ground, only a few meters away from him. Lin Lan immediately became vigilant, clutching his tachi in his right hand and keeping an eye on Vaccine Man's movements. Behind the wreckage of an overturned car, a 7 or 8-year-old girl in a dust-covered pink dress was curled up, shivering, her face covered in tear stains and fear. The little girl had been separated from her family. Wah! Big brother, come save me quickly. The moment the little girl saw Vaccine Man, she cried out in fear. There was no emotional fluctuation on Vaccine Man's face. Despite being several meters away from the little girl, he still reached out his right hand. The purple arm could be seen stretching out like a rubber band. His 5 fingers spread open and continued to grow, eventually becoming the size of a small car, and with the posture of crushing everything, he reached out to grab the helpless little girl. Name: Lily. Level: 1. Faction: Human. Favorability: 0. Status: Fear, separated from family. Special mark: Interactable quest NPC. Information about the girl named Lily appeared on Lin Lan's retina. His pupils shrank slightly. In the eyes of someone possessing a system like him, everything in this world had been digitized. The little girl was an NPC, Vaccine Man was a boss, and this disaster was a dungeon event. He should have handled it with the most rational player mindset. But that golden exclamation mark was pulsating. The key character for a hidden quest. Lin Lan muttered to himself. He also knew clearly that if he made a move without anyone to support him, both he and the little girl would end up dead here. I'll risk it. High risk, high reward. Lin Lan quickly made a decision and dashed out from behind the rock. What's the difference between not participating in this plot event and running the abyss without getting any loot? Let's go for it. The moment he dashed out, he tightly gripped his tachi in his right hand and slashed at Vaccine Man. Ghost Slash. A purple-black arc of sword energy was swung out, cutting through the air and hitting Vaccine Man's enlarged arm. -1. Skill effect triggered. Temporary blindness. Lin Lan was not at all surprised by this -1 damage. All he wanted was the effect that came with Ghost Slash. The moment the sword energy hit Vaccine Man, a dark energy that obscured vision instantly dissipated. Vaccine Man's vision went pitch black, and his grabbing motion subconsciously stalled. Taking advantage of this opening, Lin Lan rushed to the girl's side at the fastest speed, scooped her up, and jumped to a temporarily safe place. You saved Lily. Lily's favorability towards you +30. Hidden quest triggered. The Lost Lamb. Quest objective: safely deliver Lily to her family's side. Reward: experience points, gold coins. Lin Lan no longer had time to pay attention to the system's prompts. His brain was thinking at high speed. Run. It was useless, given Vaccine Man's strength. Catching up to him would only take a few seconds. Lin Lan took a deep breath, his brain operating frantically. He just needed to stall until the bald teacher arrived. Lin Lan simply stood where he was, holding his tachi and pointing it at Vaccine Man. This abnormal behavior actually made Vaccine Man stop. Who are you? Lin Lan did not answer Vaccine Man's question, just watching quietly. On the surface, Lin Lan remained calm, but inside, he was panicking like crazy. Seeing that Lin Lan didn't speak, Vaccine Man instead began to introduce himself. I am Vaccine Man, born from humanity's constant pollution. The Earth is a living organism, and you humans are the pathogens eroding the Earth's living organism. I was born in response to the will of the Earth to eliminate humanity and the malignant civilization created by humans. I will eradicate all humans. Just as Vaccine Man was chattering on about his origins, Lin Lan finally spoke. Hey, what did you ask me just now? You asked me who I am, right? I will solemnly tell you now. Lin Lan flashed a row of white front teeth. I am your father. Vaccine Man was stunned, then immediately became furious. You provoked Vaccine Man with your words. Vaccine Man's favorability towards you -10. Human, you deserve to die. Vaccine Man's eyes were splitting with rage, and he raised his hand to gather an energy ball, but was interrupted by Lin Lan again. Hey, aren't you going to ask me why I suddenly cursed at you? Take a look behind you. Vaccine Man followed the direction of Lin Lan's finger and saw a bald man standing on top of a pile of ruins. The bald man was wearing a yellow Superman suit with a white cape that looked very tacky, his eyes were lifeless, and he didn't have the style of an expert at all. Saitama, he finally arrived. Seeing Saitama appear behind Vaccine Man, Lin Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the bald guy here, even a god-level monster would have to crawl. Lin Lan, filled with curiosity, mentally checked Saitama's attribute panel. Name: Saitama. Level: Infinity 100. System Note: Breaker of Limits, level uncapped. Faction: Human. Favorability: 0. HP: Infinity. MP: Infinity. Skills: Normal Punch, Consecutive Normal Punches, Serious Series. Description: The strongest being in the one-punch world, undeniably powerful. Due to overwhelming strength, he has lost many human emotions. He lacks passionate feelings and rarely takes interest in anything other than food, games, and supermarket sales. Inner thoughts: Hope this monster is a bit stronger, so it doesn't get finished in one punch. Good grief, with all those infinity symbols, this is what it means to be invincible. Lin Lan wasn't too surprised. Saitama is the protagonist of the one-punch world, a combat force beyond the ceiling, which is beyond doubt. Vaccine Man looked at the suddenly appearing Saitama and asked, "And who are you?" "A guy who's a hero for fun," Saitama said calmly with his arms crossed. However, his outfit and that bald head of his looked extremely strange compared to other heroes. This time, Vaccine Man was truly speechless and couldn't help but retort, "Isn't that backstory of yours a bit too casual?" After speaking, the killing intent on Vaccine Man coalesced again, and he prepared to raise his hands to gather an energy ball. Saitama also lowered his crossed arms and assumed that classic, casual fighting stance. The air froze at that moment. Seeing this, Lin Lan screamed internally that it was bad. Once this bald guy strikes, let alone kill stealing, I'm afraid there won't even be a few specks of dust left of Vaccine Man. Given the nature of this system, a level 60 boss like Vaccine Man would drop not only massive experience and gold, but also precious equipment materials, or even blueprints for divine artifacts. No, I have to think of a way. I can't let this kill be stolen. But I can't beat him, so I'll ultimately have to rely on Saitama's power. Lin Lan's brain raced, his gaze falling on the inner monologue at the end of Saitama's attribute panel, which only he could see. Hope this monster is a bit stronger, so it doesn't get finished in one punch. Saitama's power is too great. No matter who the opponent is, he finishes them in one punch, which makes him feel very empty. So, what if he doesn't use his fists? Wait a second. Lin Lan shouted as he arrived at Saitama's side. Vaccine Man was surprisingly polite and actually stopped after Lin Lan's shout. "Bug, what do you want to do now?" Vaccine Man asked impatiently. Saitama also turned his head, his dead fish eyes revealing a hint of confusion at being interrupted. Lin Lan took a deep breath, instantly switching his face to an "I understand you" life mentor expression, and said to Saitama, "Hey Saitama, haven't you had a worry ever since you went bald?" Saitama blinked, looking confused. "You know me?" "Yeah, of course I know you." "Ahem, anyway, were you planning on using your fists to deal with this monster again?" "If you use your fists, I guarantee it'll be over in one punch again, and then you'll be worried again." Saitama is surprised by your words, your favorability with him increases by +2. It's working. Watching the system prompt, Lin Lan continued to try hard to bluff, right? It's just like playing a game. You just enter the dungeon and the boss automatically drops dead. Does that feel good? Don't you feel empty? Saitama thought for a moment and subconsciously nodded. A little. Exactly. Lin Lan slapped his thigh and turned to Saitama, his eyes incredibly sincere. "Brother Saitama, for the sake of your gaming experience, no, your combat experience, I suggest you don't use your fists this time." "Then what should I use?" Lin Lan slowly raised his right hand, and then extended his middle finger. "Use this." The air suddenly went quiet. Even the little girl Lily, who was hiding and hadn't been taken away yet, was stunned. Although Lily was only 7 or 8 years old, kids these days browse videos online every day, so she naturally knew what the middle finger meant. "Dirty bad uncle," Lily said, blushing. And Vaccine Man, seeing the raised middle finger, felt the muscles on his cheeks twitch. Saitama looked down at his own hand, then at Lin Lan's middle finger, his expressionless eyes seemingly pondering something. Saitama is considering your suggestion. Saitama thinks what you said makes some sense and has accepted your proposal. Favorability +2. Seems to make some sense, Saitama muttered to himself. He imitated Lin Lan's action and raised his right hand toward Vaccine Man. Then, he suddenly raised his middle finger. Let's try using this. Can you imagine a bald guy who looks old-fashioned and expressionless suddenly giving you the middle finger? Vaccine Man. It felt like its dignity as the messenger of Earth's will was being ground into the dirt repeatedly by this bald guy with such an abnormal style. What on earth do you think fighting is? Vaccine Man finally exploded in rage, purple-black energy surging violently around his body, his size swelling up a circle. You ignorant humans, go to hell. Ah, here we go. Saitama looked at the raging Vaccine Man charging at him, his expression remaining flat. Then, he raised the middle finger of his right hand toward the Vaccine Man in front of him. The next second, normal middle finger. Following Saitama's shout, the middle finger jabbed toward Vaccine Man. PFF'd. Before Vaccine Man could react, a small hole was pierced through his chest. Purple-black blood slowly flowed out from the hole. Vaccine Man HP. 88,888 88,888 right pointing arrow 82,188 888. The red damage numbers, which only Lin Lan could see, floated up from above its head. 6,788. Huh, interesting. Saitama looked at his middle finger and suddenly felt it wasn't as boring anymore. Finally, it wasn't a one-hit battle, which made him feel a bit more motivated. But looking at the blood on his hand, Saitama felt it was a bit strange regardless. Lin Lan laughed while watching from the side. This scene was too explosive. Ah! Vaccine Man let out an earth-shaking roar. Although this damage wasn't fatal, it was extremely insulting. Its arms suddenly grew larger, smashing toward Saitama with destructive momentum. Saitama didn't dodge or evade, he just raised his right hand again and swung his middle finger out once more. Consecutive normal middle fingers. PFF'd. PFF'd. The sounds of continuous piercing rang out. Vaccine Man's body instantly turned into a purple sieve. The arms that had just grown larger were also poked with several bloody holes. 5,456, 5,123, 6,987, 8,100. A series of damage numbers popped up above Vaccine Man's head. Its health bar was rapidly decreasing. Under Saitama's attack, Vaccine Man had no power to parry. Stop it, what kind of attack is this? Vaccine Man screamed in a breakdown. Vaccine Man was on the verge of tears. A bald man was using his middle finger to beat it until it had no power to fight back. This bald man might have some strange predilection. Subconsciously, it covered a certain part behind itself with one hand. After launching a series of attacks, Saitama suddenly stopped. He looked at his middle finger, which was stained with purple blood, and muttered, I'm not really used to it. I poked too deep just now, next time I'll go shallower. Listen to that, is that even human language? Vaccine Man had already lost its backbone. It understood that if it stayed here any longer, both its reputation and chastity would be at risk. Vaccine Man HP. 22,110 88,888. Hiding in a safe spot, Lin Lan kept his eyes glued to the health bar above Vaccine Man's head. It was almost within the execution threshold. So, he added fuel to the fire and shouted to Saitama, Saitama, you can try attacking with 3 fingers this time, it might feel even better. Upon hearing this, Vaccine Man's backside tightened. In front of it, Saitama was already staring at his own 3 raised fingers. His index, middle, and ring fingers were raised, while his thumb and pinky were curled into his palm. This gesture, combined with Vaccine Man's current situation, looked wrong no matter how you viewed it. At this moment, Vaccine Man had lost its earlier momentum. Forgetting about dignity, it turned around, wanting to flee. Saitama, it's trying to run away. As Lin Lan alerted Saitama, he also gripped his Tachi collector and charged toward Vaccine Man. Saitama had been hesitating, but hearing that Vaccine Man was about to escape, he slightly bent his legs. The next second, with a crack, fine lines appeared on the ground as he launched himself into the air, instantly appearing above the fleeing Vaccine Man. Then, his three fingers, pressed together like a triangular drill, poked down at Vaccine Man. Try this. Saitama hadn't thought of a name for this move yet. PFF'd. This time, the force was clearly stronger than before, the combined power of the three fingers was significantly greater. Arg! Vaccine Man let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound was filled with humiliation as it was struck from midair down to the ground. Boom! The ground trembled, dust shot into the sky, and a radial crater over 10 meters in diameter formed instantly. Vaccine Man lay in the center of the crater, a shocking triangular hole in its chest. Purple blood gushed out continuously, and its aura instantly withered to the extreme. Vaccine Man HP 3688-88,888 entered execution threshold. This was the moment Lin Lan had been waiting for. He kicked off the ground, sending gravel flying, and his body turned into an arrow released from a bow, shooting straight toward Vaccine Man at the bottom of the crater. He gripped the Tachi collector with his right hand, used all his strength, and unleashed a slash. Die! Ghost slash. The Tachi sliced through the air, dragging a purple-black arc of sword energy behind it. Slash. A crisp cutting sound rang out. The last sliver of the health bar above Vaccine Man's head didn't slowly decrease, it bottomed out instantly, and in that moment, a golden light flashed. PFF'd. Vaccine Man's entire body exploded into blood. Successfully killed Boss Vaccine Man. Calculating cross-level kill rewards. Level gap of 59, rewards increased significantly. Level up. Current level, LV22. All attributes increased significantly. Unlocked new skill, Ghost Step. Unlocked new skill, Uppercut. Unlocked new skill, Quick Shadow Hand. Unlocked new skill, Mountain Crusher. Unlocked new skill, Flowing Heart. A series of notifications echoed in Lin Lan's mind. As the notifications for learning the skills came through, he instantly integrated these skills. However, the system notifications were not over yet. Obtained epic material. Core of Planetary Malevolence, Vaccine Man X1. Obtained gold coins, 5,000. Successfully unlocked dungeon, Planetary Malevolence, Vaccine Man. Dungeon, Planetary Malevolence, Vaccine Man, Level 60 Dungeon. Description. Can be opened after successfully killing Vaccine Man. Main drops. Weapon enchantment materials, gold coins, experience, etc. Note. All dungeons are divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and nightmare. You can choose one mode to challenge each day. For normal mode, you can select one-click sweep. Each time consumes 50 fatigue points. Holy crap, what a huge harvest. Not only did I get so many rewards, but I also opened the Abyss dungeon. This was a massive profit. Lin Lan recovered from his shock and fixed his gaze on Saitama. Saitama was currently staring at his 3 fingers, pondering something. How is it, Saitama? Doesn't it feel different? Lin Lan walked over and patted Saitama on the shoulder like an old acquaintance. The method I taught you isn't bad, right? Only then did Saitama snap out of his deep thought. In his signature dead fish eyes, there was a rare lack of post-battle boredom. Instead, a hint of lingering desire remained. Yeah. Saitama nodded, looked at Lin Lan, and said, it really didn't feel as boring. It was quite a good feeling. We can try it again next time. Saitama experienced a novel way of fighting due to your suggestion. Favorability +2. Current favorability 5, slightly favorable. Lin Lan was overjoyed. This time, it wasn't just a massive profit in experience and equipment, he even boosted the favorability of the strongest NPC. This was his biggest backer for the future. Right. I told you. Lin Lan put on an expression of, I'm an expert, I understand you. The fun of battle lies in the process. In the future, we can develop more new tricks. For example, try using your toes. Or maybe blindfolded. Saitama blinked, seemingly really considering the feasibility of poking monsters while blindfolded. Just then, the little girl, Lily, who had just been saved by Lin Lan, ran over. Big brother. She ran up to Lin Lan and bowed very politely. Thank you for saving me. She turned to Saitama and also bowed. And thank you, bald uncle, for driving away the monster. You're welcome. Saitama rubbed his bald head, seemingly a bit bothered by the title, bald uncle. Lin Lan smiled and patted Lily's head. It's okay now. Let me take you to find your family. Where is your home? My home is in the first ring of A city, but my brother should be coming to find me. Your brother? Yeah, my brother is an A- class hero. Just as Lily finished speaking, a series of anxious shouts came from the distance. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a tall man in silver-gray light armor rushing over quickly. He grabbed Lily into his arms and carefully checked if she was injured. Lin Lan examined the newcomer and saw a simple emblem of a crossed shield and sword on his chest. Name: Kevin Astor. Hero title: Iron Knight. Level: 34. Faction: Human. Favorability: 0. HP: 12,666. MP: 3650. Skills: Steel Need, Iron Wall, Iron Will Explosion. Description: an A-class hero with a strong sense of justice, Lily's older brother. He carries a heart of justice, distinguishes gratitude from grudges clearly, and values loyalty. Inner thoughts: wait for your brother, Lily, I'm coming to save you right now. This person was Lily's brother. Lin Lan sized up the newcomer and found that his attire was somewhat similar to the South-class hero, Drive Knight. Seeing her brother appear, Lily immediately ran up and hugged him, saying with a sobbing voice, "Brother, that big purple monster from just now was so scary. It was brother Lin Lan who protected me, and the bald uncle who defeated it." Kevin patted his sister's back to comfort her while quickly scanning the scene. The huge radial crater, the puddle of purple-black blood in the pit, and the violent energy lingering in the air. Kevin had just received an emergency notification from the Hero Association. The monster's level this time was Dragon. He knew that with his own strength, he was no match for a dragon-level monster, and he had only come here to save his sister. According to convention, such matters could only be left to those S-class heroes to resolve. Yet now, this dragon-level monster had been defeated by two people he didn't recognize at all. He felt shocked as he sized up the two people before him. One was a young man wearing cheap casual clothes with a slightly cynical smile on his face. The other was a bald man whose art style was so simple it looked like a low-quality cosplay, and he was currently wiping the blood off his fingers. These two defeated the dragon-level monster. Kevin frowned, feeling somewhat incredulous, but the intuition he had cultivated from years of fighting monsters, along with the traces at the scene, told him it was true. He gently set Lily down, strode over to Lin Lan and Saitama, made a fist with his right hand and placed it against his left chest over his heart, performing a standard warrior salute. I am an A-class hero, ranked 24th, Iron Knight, Kevin Astor. Kevin said with gratitude and sincerity, on behalf of myself and my family, I thank you both for saving my sister. The Astor family will keep this kindness in mind. Ah, it was just a small effort, don't mention it. Lin Lan waved his hand and said. A-class hero, Iron Knight, Kevin Astor feels strong gratitude towards you for saving his sister Lily, and his favorability has greatly increased. Current favorability, 35 friendly. Lily's favorability towards you +10, current favorability, 40 friendly. Hidden task, Lost Lamb, completion status updated, successfully protected Lily until her family arrived. Do you want to submit the task now? Lin Lan didn't rush to submit the task, but instead started thinking in his heart. The 24th ranked A-class hero, Iron Knight. There is absolutely no such person in the original story. Lin Lan was very familiar with the One Punch Man world. From S-class to C-class, he knew everyone who had appeared in the plot. There are 38 A-class heroes. In the currently known plot, more than 20 have appeared, and only a small dozen have not. Clearly, this Kevin was one of them. Saitama didn't speak, just silently wiped his 3 blood-stained fingers clean. Forgive my presumption, Kevin said with a serious expression, looking at Lin Lan and Saitama. Was the dragon-level monster from just now really defeated by the two of you working together? You two do not seem to be registered heroes of the association. When this was said, several question marks immediately appeared over Saitama's head. Register, hero. Lin Lan nodded. Yes, it was mainly defeated by Saitama. I just cleaned up the end. As for the association, we haven't had time to register yet. As expected. Kevin was shocked inside. If they had been registered, he would definitely have an impression of someone with the strength to defeat a dragon-level monster. Hearing this, Saitama finally couldn't hold back his confusion and asked, why do heroes need to register? When this was said, both Kevin and Lily looked at Saitama as if looking at an alien. Lin Lan, however, was not surprised at all. Saitama had been a hero for fun for 3 years and had wiped out countless monsters so far, yet because he hadn't registered as a hero, other people didn't know him at all. And the credit for him defeating these monsters had all been attributed to King. In the anime, if Saitama had registered as a hero from the beginning, he would be the 7th S-class hero now, not King. A total working stiff. Lin Lan walked up to Saitama, patted his shoulder and said, of course you have to register. If you don't register, how will others know you are a hero? It's equivalent to saying everything you've done as a hero all these years was for nothing. Saitama finally realized. He had thought that given his activity level, many people should know of his existence, but every time he defeated a monster, everyone acted as if they didn't know him. At first he thought it was an illusion, but now it seemed it was entirely because he hadn't registered as a hero. Seeing Saitama's sudden realization, Kevin also said, if you are not listed in the hero registry, you will not be recognized by everyone. But I believe that with the strength you two have to defeat a dragon-level monster, once you join the association, you will quickly be recognized by everyone. So, please, you must join the Hero Association. Since he had transmigrated into the One Punch Man world, what was the difference between not joining the Hero Association and being a salted fish? Besides, becoming a hero would also allow him to grind monsters legitimately. Saitama, let's register together. With the two of us, there is no monster we cannot handle. Lin Lan invited him with a sincere face. Let's do our best together. Saitama did not refuse. Important plot task triggered. Hero's path. Task objective. Go to the Hero Association headquarters in a city and participate in the hero grading assessment. Task rewards. Official hero status and privileges. Hero Association reputation system enabled. System mall, unlocked. Large amount of experience points and gold coins. Tip. The assessment evaluation will directly affect your initial hero ranking and resource allocation. Hidden objective. Pass the assessment with a stunning evaluation, may trigger special events. Lin Lan saw the system prompt and nodded secretly. As expected, the task was triggered. New dungeon, new map, new task chain, and an exclusive store. A perfect start. That's great. If you two want to join, I, Kevin, am willing to be your recommender. With your strength and righteous act, passing the assessment will certainly not be a problem. The association also needs talents like you. Kevin said with a righteous face. That's really great, thank you for the trouble, Mr. Kevin. Please don't mention trouble. This is what I should do. Kevin looked at the sky and then looked into the distance. At this moment, he could hear sirens and rescue sounds in the distance, and said, it's not advisable to stay here long, the association's cleanup troops will come to handle the aftermath. Why don't you two come with me to a nearby temporary safety point first? I also need to settle Lily in, and then I will take you two to the headquarters to handle the procedures. Alright. Lin Lan nodded, glanced at Saitama who was still reeling from having wasted 3 years because he hadn't registered as a hero, and said, Saitama, shall we go? Oh, okay. Saitama suddenly thought of something else, are there any supermarkets near the association? I think there's a sale today. The supermarket Saitama frequently visited was a chain store, and it had branches in all major cities. Kevin. Lin Lan knew this was one of the few hobbies Saitama had. Yes, there is, I'll accompany you to check it out after we finish our business. That's great, to be honest, I'm not very familiar with a city. Saitama's favorability towards U+1, current favorability, 6. Acquaintance. Just as Lin Lan and his group were about to leave, a figure flew in from the distant sky. The newcomer had fluffy green curly hair that reached her shoulders and wore a black long-sleeved dress with side slits. The fabric was light and elegant, revealing her long, fair thighs. Because she was flying in the air, Lin Lan, who was standing on the ground, could vaguely see the scenery between her thighs. Tornado of terror. Kevin's expression changed slightly when he saw the person hovering in the sky. That's right, the person who arrived was none other than the S-Class Rank 2, Tornado of Terror. Name: Tornado of Terror. Hero title: Tornado of Terror. Level: 92. Faction: Human Affinity, 0 HP, 45,000 45,000ths of a megapixel, 1,280,000 1,280,000ths. Psychokinetic source: Skills: Dominator, Psychic Storm, Falling Meteor, Mental Powerhouse. Passive: Psychokinesis. Field Auto Defense. Passive: Introduction. Imprisoned in a research institute from a young age, she was raised as the strongest Esper, and feared. After escaping, she joined the association and is revered as the ultimate weapon, due to her peerless strength. She has an arrogant personality, lacks patience, and deeply despises the weak and unreasonable rules, but harbors a complex, respectful attitude toward true powerhouses. She views her younger sister, Fubuki, as a weakling in need of protection, leading to a strained relationship. The price of her powerful psychokinesis is a nearly stagnant physical growth. Inner thoughts. Where is the dragon-level monster? Lin Lan was dumbfounded again after seeing the attribute panel. Especially that string of numbers after her MP. How much? 1 million MP. As expected of the One Punch Man world's #1 psychic powerhouse, no wonder she could casually crush spaceships and pull down meteors in the plot. Tornado of Terror hovered in the air, her eyes scanning the surroundings impatiently. Her powerful psychokinesis swept across the entire area, yet she failed to capture the brutal aura of a dragon-level monster. She frowned slightly and looked down, spotting Kevin, Lin Lan, and the others. Hey, you few down there, have you seen a monster? Tornado of Terror didn't know Kevin. Upon hearing Tornado of Terror's words, Kevin stepped forward a few paces and said, Lady Tornado of Terror, the monster has already been cleared. Regarding the defeat of Vaccine Man, these two. He gestured to the side, indicating Lin Lan and Saitama. Solved it. Tornado of Terror raised an eyebrow, finally turning her gaze toward Lin Lan and Saitama. One was a young man in casual clothes who looked completely ordinary. The other was a bald man with a tacky outfit and a dull look in his eyes. Saitama gave Tornado of Terror a very strange feeling. After some scrutiny, she couldn't discern his strength. He was like a bottomless abyss, difficult to probe. As for the young man named Lin Lan, there was a special energy fluctuation surging within his body. The intensity was decent, roughly at the upper to top tier of an A- class hero, but that was all. A combination like this could solve a dragon-level threat. Tornado of Terror suddenly noticed Lin Lan's lecherous eyes, which were staring at the legs exposed by the slits of her dress as she hovered in the air. Where are you looking, you guy? Tornado of Terror's face flushed slightly, and she raised her right hand toward Lin Lan. A wave of green energy immediately surged from Tornado of Terror's body. Nani? Lin Lan was still savoring the sight of Tornado of Terror's long legs and hadn't reacted in time. Bang! A powerful force slammed into Lin Lan's chest, and his whole body flew backward instantly. Boom! He crashed through two buildings in succession before finally coming to a stop. Gravel splattered, and dust filled the air. HP: 5,800 5,800ths. Right pointing arrow 3,875 5,800ths. Lin Lan's health bar had dropped by a third directly. And this was even with Tornado of Terror holding back. Kevin and Saitama were both stunned. They hadn't expected Tornado of Terror to attack suddenly. HMPH. Let that be a lesson to you for not keeping your eyes to yourself. Tornado of Terror crossed her arms and said, looking at Lin Lan as he struggled to crawl out of the ruins. Fortunately, Lin Lan's pain perception had long been reduced by 90%, so he barely felt any pain from that blow. Crazy fool. That was brutal. Lin Lan cursed as he stood up and brushed the dust off his body. Even at over level 20, facing these perverts, I still have absolutely no power to fight back. I couldn't even see the attack trajectory. The gap is still too big. Kevin, Saitama, and Lily came to Lin Lan. Are you okay, big brother? Lily asked with concern. I'm fine. She attacked me just for taking a look at her legs, and besides, who told her to wear a dress with slits? Lin Lan grumbled. Hearing this, sweat couldn't help but drip down Kevin's forehead. That was Tornado of Terror, the S-Class rank 2. Everyone else had to be on their best behavior in front of her. Seeing that the monster had been eliminated, Tornado of Terror had no intention of staying. After glancing at Lin Lan, she prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lin Lan shouted at Tornado of Terror in the air, "Wait!" What? Tornado of Terror turned around impatiently. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the young because they are poor. One day, I will. Before Lin Lan could finish, Tornado of Terror raised her hand again. The next moment, Lin Lan flew backward again, slamming heavily into a building in the distance. Psycho. After cursing, Tornado of Terror flew away. Having taken 2 attacks from Tornado of Terror in a row, Lin Lan's health bar was bottomed out. Lin Lan's lower body was stuck in the wall. It was only by being pulled by Saitama's hands that he managed to get free. Crazy fool, that was so ruthless. Just wait until I level up, see if I don't deal with you. Lin Lan gritted his teeth. A small interlude passed like this. Afterward, Lin Lan and Saitama, led by Kevin, headed toward the headquarters of the Hero Association. During this process, Kevin entrusted his younger sister, Lily, to the association logistics personnel who had arrived. Along the way, this A-class hero briefly introduced the association's structure and the hero ranking system. Saitama was zoning out for most of the time, only showing a glimmer of interest in his eyes when he heard, hero subsidies are distributed based on rank and performance. Lin Lan, meanwhile, while handling Kevin's conversation, focused his attention on the system interface constantly refreshing in his mind. Hidden quest, Lost Lamb, submitted successfully. Reward obtained. Express plus 25000, gold coins 1000, Lily's Blessing Amulet white times 1. Lily's Blessing Amulet. An origami amulet made sincerely by a little girl, carrying pure gratitude. When carried, luck plus 1 implicitly. Note: the luck attribute affects hidden parameters such as critical hit rate, evasion rate, and rare item drop rate. Notification: you have unlocked a new map coordinate, Hero Association Headquarters, City A. Notification: new quest, Hero's Path, accepted. The rewards for the quest to escort Lily weren't exactly generous, but the plus 1 luck amulet made Lin Lan's eyes light up. In the game, the luck attribute is a rare and sought-after commodity. With a thought, the crude origami amulet appeared in his palm, then immediately turned into a faint light and bound to the accessory slot of his character's equipment bar. Walking and chatting, before long, a magnificent building with a futuristic feel, towering into the clouds, appeared at the end of their view. The Hero Association headquarters is just a collective term for the buildings, not a single structure. After all, as the birthplace of the Hero Association, besides the dark, strange building that served as the headquarters, there were many other smaller buildings. For example, the building that Lin Lan and the others walked into was established for screening outstanding heroes, the Hero Examination Grounds. The two of you, the testing site is just ahead. Kevin stopped in his tracks, a look of apology on his face. I apologize, I just received an urgent communication from the Hero Association and need to attend a follow-up assessment meeting for a dragon-level disaster. It's regarding Vaccine Man from earlier. Understood, work is important, Lin Lan immediately replied. Kevin took out a special metal card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Lan. This is my referral certificate. You can use this to go directly to the newcomer reception hall on the first floor and find an examiner named Koz. He will arrange your test. I will finish the meeting as soon as possible and come find you. He then looked at Saitama and said solemnly, thank you both again. Watching Kevin turn into an afterimage and dash toward the upper levels of the headquarters, Lin Lan looked at the metal card in his hand and turned to Saitama. Saitama, shall we go handle the paperwork first? Oh. Saitama nodded indifferently, his attention drawn to the sign of a large supermarket next to the headquarters building. That supermarket over there is pretty big. We'll go once we're done, my treat. Lin Lan said quite generously. The two walked into the spacious Hero Association Hall. The person in charge of reception was a middle-aged man with glasses and a rigid expression. It was the examiner Koz that Kevin had mentioned. He took the referral card, verified it, and then looked at Lin Lan and Saitama. Referrer, Iron Knight, Kevin, A-class rank 24, the referral is valid. According to procedure, newcomers must first take a written test to assess their grasp of the hero code, general monster knowledge, and ethical standards, followed by a physical fitness test. The combined score of both determines the initial hero rank. You can start the written test now. Do you two need any preparation time? After thinking for a moment, Lin Lan said, we just defeated a monster, we'd like to rest for a bit. Is half an hour from now okay? That's fine, Koz nodded. Afterward, Lin Lan pulled Saitama to an empty corner of the hall. Saitama, you need to answer carefully during the written test later. The written test mainly assesses basic common sense, like what to do when encountering a monster. You absolutely cannot answer with solve it with one punch. Lin Lan instructed Saitama. Just as Koz had said earlier, the Hero Association's test was divided into a written test and a physical fitness test. Written test. 50 points total, mainly testing the candidate's intelligence, sense of justice, and ability to make correct judgments when facing a crisis. Physical fitness test. 50 points total. Mainly testing the candidate's physical strength, explosive power, endurance, and other physical attributes. Combining the scores of both, the total score is 100 points. A score of 70 or above allows one to obtain a hero license, and based on the total score and overall performance, they are rated into one of four ranks: S, A, B, or C. In the original plot, Saitama got a perfect score in physical fitness but suffered a huge loss in the written test because, in his perception, everything could be solved with one punch. This answer seemed fine to a viewer, like Lin Lan, but the association didn't know Saitama's true strength. Answering like that was clearly just messing around. Therefore, he ended up with only 70-something points and was rated C class. Saitama rubbed his bald head, looking puzzled. Why? I solve monsters with one punch every time. Ahem, look, you changed your finger this time, and it was different, wasn't it? Anyway, you can't answer so bluntly, you need to consider other factors slightly. Lin Lan tried his best to explain it so that Saitama would understand a little. Saitama nodded while listening, though it was unclear if he had actually taken it in. Elsewhere, at the Hero Association headquarters, Kevin went to Sitch and reported the situation regarding Vaccine Man from earlier. Sitch was very surprised to learn that it was two unregistered heroes who had defeated Vaccine Man. I understand. So they are currently taking the hero qualification test? Sitch asked. Yes, I have already referred them. With their strength, there will definitely be no problem passing the assessment, Kevin said confidently. After chatting a bit more, Sitch asked about Lily's situation. Is Lily settled in? She wasn't hurt, was she? No, thanks to Lin Lan and Saitama. That's good. If Lily had been hurt or had an accident, Sitch, as her uncle, would have blamed himself, especially since City A was under his jurisdiction. Back to Lin Lan and Saitama. It took Lin Lan more than 10 minutes, but he finally managed to make Saitama understand. He let Saitama digest what he had just said, while he himself summoned the system panel that only he could see. Lin Lan first opened the unlocked dungeon Planetary Malevolence, Vaccine Man. Dungeon, Planetary Malevolence, Vaccine Man, level 60. Status: Enterable, normal mode. Note: one normal mode challenge or sweep can be performed daily. Sweeping will consume 50 fatigue points, granting base express and 80% of the dungeon drops gold, materials, but you cannot obtain the combat insights and random event rewards from a personal challenge. Perform one-click sweep. Current fatigue 150 150ths. Sweep. Lin Lan confirmed without hesitation. A personal challenge of a level 60 dungeon. He was only level 25, even with equipment and skills, the risk was too high. Sweeping was the safest way to develop in the early stages. Consumed 50 fatigue points. Starting sweep of dungeon, Planetary Malevolence, Vaccine Man. Sweep successful. Obtained express, plus 125,000. Level gap bonus. Obtained gold, plus 500. Obtained material, tough monster shell fragment times 2. As a large amount of express was obtained, Lin Lan felt a powerful force surge within his body, every cell was rejoicing. On his retina, the level number began to rise. The hidden quest completed earlier, plus the express from the sweep, boosted Lin Lan to level 35 in one go. This leveling speed was like riding a rocket. Congratulations, host, level increased to 35. Unlocked new skill, Army Breaker Rising Dragon Strike. Unlocked passive skill, Bloody Battle. Powerful strength filled his entire body, making Lin Lan feel a wave of comfort. Even the HP he lost after taking 2 hits from Tatsumaki earlier had fully recovered. Attribute panel. Lin Lan silently chanted in his heart. Player. Lin Lan. LV. 35. Faction. Human. Class. Sword Soul. Unique class. HP. 16,500 16,500. MP. 8,000 8,000. Fatigue. 100 150ths. Equipment. Tachi. Collector, Lily's Blessing Amulet, Light Armor Set. Skills. Ghost Slash, Ghost Step, Uppercut, God Shadow Hand, Mountain Crashing Strike, Flowing Heart, Army Breaker Rising Dragon Strike. Overall Strength. 1250, affected by level, 5-dimensional attributes, equipment, etc. Inventory. Core of Planetary Malevolence X1, Tough Monster Shell Fragment times 2. Gold. 7,000. Quest. Hero's Path. Lin Lan saw his attribute panel, the corners of his mouth curling upward. With these attributes, participating in a hero test should be more than enough, right? Awesome. Lin Lan clenched his fists, feeling the immense power brought about by his level up. His HP had more than doubled, and almost all his main attributes had doubled as well. His overall strength evaluation had gone from a 3-digit figure to a 4-digit one. If he had previously only been at the upper middle level of A class, then now, looking solely at the data, he was definitely qualified to touch the peak of A class, or even the edge of being an S-class gatekeeper. Of course, factors like combat experience, skill proficiency, and equipment were equally important, but the surge in base attributes had undoubtedly brought about a qualitative leap. More importantly, he had just unlocked another important skill for a sword soul. Uppercut was an efficient starter skill, and combined with the Army Breaker Rising Dragon Strike he had just learned, his skill system was already beginning to take shape. To put it simply, now, as long as Lin Lan found an opening, the opponent would have to eat a full combo, and if they didn't die, they would be heavily crippled. After doing all this, Lin Lan glanced at the time. Less than 20 minutes had passed out of the half-hour break agreed upon with Examiner Koz. He calmed his surging emotions and walked toward Saitama, who was still dazed in the corner. Saitama, how are you preparing? Lin Lan asked. Saitama turned his head, his dead fish eyes showing no emotional fluctuation. I think I understand. It's just that I can't defeat with one punch, directly. I have to consider protecting people, finding opportunities, and stuff, right? Right, that's basically the idea. Protecting the public is the priority, and dealing with the monster comes second, Lin Lan said again. Lin Lan just hoped that Saitama wouldn't get a 0 on the written test like in the anime. If things went smoothly, his ranking definitely wouldn't be just C like in the original work. Soon, the half-hour was up. Lin Lan and Saitama returned to Examiner Koz. Are you well rested? Then, please enter written test rooms number 3 and number 5 respectively, Koz said, pointing to 2 enclosed cubicles. The written test was conducted on electronic terminals, and the question types were all multiple choice. Lin Lan glanced at the questions, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Too simple. Relying on his far above average mental attributes and his deep understanding of the One Punch Man worldview, he quickly answered all the questions. 20 minutes later, he had finished all the questions and submitted them. Written test score. 50 perfect score. Evaluation. Perfect. On the other side, in Saitama's cubicle, he looked at the questions on the screen and scratched his hairless bald head. Question. When you are patrolling and discover a tiger-level monster with shape-shifting abilities has mixed into the crowd, and you cannot immediately determine its specific location while surrounded by a dense crowd, what is your primary action? A. Immediately warn the public to evacuate loudly, even if it causes panic. B. Quietly contact headquarters to request support while observing secretly. C. Rely on intuition to lock onto the most suspicious target and attempt to subdue them quickly. D. Temporarily remain still, collect more information, and avoid alerting the enemy. Saitama recalled Lin Lan's words, protect the public. He hesitated for a moment, feeling that option A might cause panic and might not be good, while B and D both seemed quite safe. He thought about it and chose B. Just like that, following a logic of, try to choose options that don't look aggressive, favoring cooperation and observation, Saitama stumbled his way through all the questions. Final score. Written test score, 32. Evaluation. Pass. When the two walked out of the cubicles, examiner Koz had already received the written test results transmitted by the system. Seeing Lin Lan's perfect score, a flash of surprise and admiration crossed his eyes. But seeing Saitama's 32 points, he frowned slightly, but since the evaluation was pass, he didn't say anything. After all, the written test only accounted for 50 points, the real main event was the physical fitness test. Lin Lan immediately asked for his score after seeing Saitama, and upon learning that Saitama had gotten 32 points, he nodded secretly. 32 points. He would definitely get a perfect score in the upcoming physical fitness test, so his final score would certainly be 82. With this score, C class was impossible, and with Saitama's physical fitness insurance coming up, at the very least, they would be starting at B class. The written test is over. Next is the physical fitness test, please follow me to the underground testing arena. Koz led the two to take the elevator down. The massive underground testing arena was brightly lit, filled with various testing instruments, and some staff members were already in position. The basic physical fitness test includes punching power, speed, reaction, endurance, and durability, Koz introduced. We will evaluate your physical ability level based on comprehensive data. Let's start with punching power. He pointed to a heavy alloy punching power testing machine. Please hit the bullseye with your full strength. We will take the highest value out of 3 attempts. Saitama went first. He walked to the machine, looked at his fist, then looked at the bullseye, his expression calm. Then, he threw a punch casually. No charging up, just a very ordinary punch. Boom. That top-tier testing machine, capable of withstanding hundreds of tons of impact, exploded violently. Countless parts and electrical sparks splattered everywhere, and a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire testing arena. Amidst the dust and smoke, Saitama then said, "It seems I used a little too much force." The whole place was deathly silent. Examiner Koz was dumbfounded, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. The staff member's mouth hung wide open, and the clipboard in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. In the distance, other rookie heroes waiting for the test were all petrified. Lin Lan supported his forehead with his right hand, although he had been mentally prepared, seeing this shocking scene with his own eyes still made his mouth twitch. Now it would be hard to keep a low profile. If the test data were just too high, they would think the machine was broken, but this fool thing directly blew the machine up, which could only mean this guy was a freak. Saitama looked at Koz, who was still stunned in place, and scratched his head again. There are 2 more times, should I continue? Koz finally came back to his senses. Continue. Continue blowing up 2 more machines. What the hell? Koz looked at the recommendation card, then at the testing machine that had become scrap metal, his expression shifting uncertainly. Finally, after calming down, he announced, Saitama's punching power test. The data cannot be read, but the destructive power is evaluated as is class. Next item, speed test. Lin Lan, you go test on the other machine, Koz said to Lin Lan. Okay. Lin Lan rubbed his hands together, it was finally his turn. He really wanted to know how much power he could output at LV35. Lin Lan walked toward the other intact punching power testing machine. The gazes of everyone around were focused on him. Koz was also curious. This young man with a perfect written test score, whose companion was a monster capable of blowing up a special machine with one punch, how would he perform? Lin Lan stood still in front of the machine and did not punch immediately. He regulated his breathing, feeling the surging power within his body. Sword Soul itself was not a strength-based class. This aspect could be considered a weakness, as it mainly relied on skills to perform ultimate combos. But it was just a machine testing power. As long as he unleashed all his power, it would be fine. Lin Lan exhaled, clenched his right fist at his waist, and the sharp aura unique to a sword soul radiated slightly. The next second, his eyes narrowed. Twist the waist, shrug the shoulders, throw the punch. The movement was smooth and continuous, fast as lightning. Mountain crashing strike. Bang! A punch blasted out. Lin Lan gathered all his strength and threw a punch. Mountain crusher. He shouted softly, his right hand wreathed in red light as he struck the target center of the testing machine. Mountain crusher is a functional displacement and suppression skill for the sword soul. Although it doesn't account for a high percentage of output, it can be charged to increase damage and is suitable for various situations. In this situation, using this move was perfect. Boom! A dull thud echoed out, the alloy target face dented deeply, and the entire machine tilted violently backward. One could vaguely see a red energy centered on the testing machine spreading outwards, and the onlookers felt the ground shake beneath their feet. The numbers on the display screen jumped crazily, finally stopping at 1666. Hiss. A synchronized sound of gasping echoed throughout the testing field. 1666. The punching power of an average person is between 5 and 20, and even professional boxers do not exceed 50. C class is 100 to 200. B is 200 to 500. A is between 500 and 1000. Anything above 1000 is an S-class rating. Clearly, this punch from Lin Lan had firmly stepped into the baseline of S-class strength. Punching power, 1666. Rating, S-class. He looked at Lin Lan with a completely changed expression. This was definitely not the strength a normal newcomer should have. Perfect score on the written test, S-class punching power. Just what is this Lin Lan's background? Lin Lan retracted his fist, not very satisfied with the result. It was his first time using Mountain Crusher, so he wasn't used to it. If he had adjusted the angle a bit more, the destructive power would have been even higher. Oh well, having reached the S-class baseline is fine. Physical fitness tests, like hero rankings, are divided into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and fail. Both Lin Lan and Saitama were rated at the highest level, S. Next item, speed test, 1500 meter timed run. Koz pointed to a special track encircling the testing field. Saitama ran first. He stood at the starting line. Following the electronic start sound, his figure flickered. Afterwards, everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and the sensor at the finish line at the end of the track lit up green. The timer displayed 1.5 seconds. Everyone, including Koz, was dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? Lin Lan was not as exaggerated as the bald guy. The Sword Soul class has speed as one of its inherent advantages, and this speed becomes increasingly obvious as the level rises. Plus, he had the Ghost Step skill. Ghost Step. Description. Commonly known as Ghost Walk. After activation, it increases one's own speed by 50%, lasts for 15 seconds, and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. The Sword Soul class is famous for its speed, and speed is an advantage. With the Ghost Step skill, this kind of test is as easy as drinking water for Lin Lan. He didn't use his full strength. As the starting signal sounded, Lin Lan rushed out like a gale, his speed dazzlingly fast. He crossed the finish line. The timer displayed the time, 5.8 seconds. Koz had initially thought Lin Lan and Saitama were connections using the back door. Now he could basically confirm that these two had very strong strength. Judging by the strength shown, they had already reached the S-class level. Then they continued to the third test, 30-second side jumps. The fourth item, weightlifting. The fifth item, standing high jump. Lin Lan's performance reached the S-class level, while Saitama's was far beyond S. Soon, all basic tests ended. Phew, it's finally over. Now we just need to wait for the results. In the lounge, Lin Lan looked relaxed. These tests were too simple for him. As for Saitama, he looked bored the whole time. Now his mind was only on supermarket discounts. On the other side, Koz reported the test data of Lin Lan and Saitama, including the fact that Saitama blew up the testing machine with one punch, to the high-level officials of the association. Sich learned about this immediately, and combined with the fact that the two had just eliminated Vaccine Man, he did not hesitate to give them the highest evaluation. This was not Sich's decision alone. Other high-level officials of the Hero Association agreed unanimously. In their own words, it would be a pity not to make good use of guys who can possess such terrifying power. Consequently, less than an hour after the physical fitness test ended, Examiner Koz received a direct communication from the highest level. After listening, his expression was serious, and then he opened the public broadcast to announce the results of Lin Lan and Saitama. By resolution of the Hero Association's Special Evaluation Committee, the final ruling on the registration evaluation of the new heroes Saitama and Lin Lan has been made. Hearing this, Lin Lan and Saitama, who were in the lounge, immediately listened attentively. New hero, Saitama, written test passed, physical fitness assessment, beyond cognitive limits, special grade, participated in and assisted in the extermination of the dragon-level disaster, Vaccine Man, meritorious service, unfathomable strength. Now exceptionally granted hero rank, S-Class, 18th place. New hero, Lin Lan, written test perfect score, physical fitness assessment, comprehensive S-Class baseline, killed Vaccine Man in the dragon-level disaster, Vaccine Man, event, meritorious service, outstanding strength. Now exceptionally granted hero rank, S-Class, 17th place. The above ruling is effective immediately. When the broadcast sound fell, the testing field was deathly silent, and then a huge uproar erupted. S-Class. Directly parachuted into S-Class. 17th and 18th place. This is too outrageous. These two people solved a dragon-level monster, how is this possible? Lin Lan. Comprehensive S-Class baseline. He looks only in his 20s. Black curtain. There must be a black curtain. Questions, shock, jealousy, and unbelievable shouts rose one after another. Many heroes present felt it was too ridiculous. Especially those at the forefront of A-Class, who were struggling and waiting for a chance to be promoted to S-Class, their expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Parachuting into S-Class, and squeezing directly into 17th and 18th place, their path to promotion became even more bleak. Examiner Koz signaled the staff to maintain order, then walked up to Lin Lan and Saitama and respectfully handed over two newly printed special ID cards. The cards were pitch black, with golden S patterns embedded on the edges. This was a symbol of status. Lord Saitama, Lord Lin Lan, congratulations to you both. This is your S-Class Hero Identification Card, which has been bound to your biological information. With this card, you can enjoy all the privileges of an S-Class hero. Koz explained briefly. Saitama took the card, looked at it back and forth, and muttered, S-Class, there's a subsidy, right? Can it be used for supermarket discounts? Lin Lan took the ID card, somewhat surprised. He originally thought it would be A-Class at most, or even B-Class was possible. He didn't expect to enter S-Class directly along with Saitama. And, the ranking is one place higher than Saitama's. Then he thought, maybe it was because his written test score was higher than Saitama's, and he finished off Vaccine Man, which made the association feel his strength was stronger than Saitama's. But it doesn't matter. Entering S-Class together is the best thing. This makes up for a part of the regrets in the plot. Ding. Important plot mission. Hero's path, completed. Mission evaluation calculating. Target reached. Successfully passed the Hero Association assessment. Completion. 100%. Additional target. Obtained high evaluation from the recommender. Completion. 100%. Additional target. Demonstrated excellent strength during the assessment. Completion. 150% perfect score on written test. Comprehensive S-Class baseline on physical fitness test. Hidden achievement reached. Parachuted legend. Directly obtained S-Class rating as a newcomer. Comprehensive evaluation. SS excellent. Distributing mission rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Express plus 85,000, Gold Coins plus 3,500, unlocked special passive skill, Heroic Presence Beginner, System Mall is now open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 41. The system's continuous prompts came. Lin Lan received a lot of rewards again, his level rose to level 41 again, and his strength improved again. Lin Lan checked the newly learned skill with curiosity. Heroic Presence. As an S-class hero, your very existence can exert a certain degree of mental suppression on lower-level enemies, slightly reducing their desire to attack and accuracy. When facing the public or low-level heroes, your words are more likely to gain trust and attention. Note: this ability will continue to increase as the host's S rank rises. It looks like a nice skill. The news of Lin Lan and Saitama becoming S-class heroes quickly spread throughout the Hero Association headquarters, and many people learned about it. The testing site was also filled with constant discussion. At the physical fitness test site just now, many people saw Saitama smash the testing machine with a single punch, and his subsequent tests were also monster level. They were relatively convinced in their hearts. After all, the strength was right there, but it was only half convinced. In the eyes of most people, the rules of the physical fitness test are rigid, while what they have to face in actual combat are those vicious monsters, so actual combat is the most important thing. There were also a small number of people, especially those who were not at the testing site and had not seen Lin Lan and his strength, who felt this was a dark operation, a result of pulling strings. As Lin Lan and Saitama walked out of the lounge, they felt countless gazes upon them. Saitama was the same as always, completely unconcerned about the gazes of the people around him, with only one thing on his mind: supermarket discounts. Lin Lan didn't want to pay attention either, but his hearing was too good to ignore, and he still heard the whispering. S-class. You've got to be kidding. Two newcomers we've never seen before, and they're ranked right above us. Amidst the questioning, a figure walked toward Lin Lan and Saitama. This person was wearing a tight-fitting combat suit with a pattern resembling python skin, his face was sinister, his hands were in his pockets, and his eyes revealed undisguised contempt. He was A-class hero rank 38, Snakebite Fist, Snake. As the gatekeeper of A-class heroes, Snake was in a good mood today. He had just finished dealing with a few tiger-level bounties and was preparing to come to the association to make a name for himself, while also checking if there were any newcomers this session worth recruiting or needing to be suppressed. Who knew that as soon as he entered the door, he heard the broadcast announcement. Two newcomers, directly promoted to S-class. In ranked 17th and 18th. Snake hadn't witnessed the scene of Saitama smashing the machine just now, nor had he seen Lin Lan's ghostly speed. The insider information he knew was limited to the fact that these two people were personally recommended by Kevin. His relationship with Kevin was already bad, so he immediately labeled them as nepotism hires. Snake stopped in front of Lin Lan and Saitama, his gaze lingering on the black S-class cards in their hands for 2 seconds, and a cold sneer curled the corner of his mouth. So these are the so-called S-class newcomers. Snake's voice wasn't loud, but everyone at the testing site heard it clearly. The crowd, who had been whispering, instantly went quiet and gathered around with expressions of watching a show. An A-class hero versus an S-class newcomer who parachuted into the rank, this kind of scene wasn't common. Lin Lan lifted his eyelids and swept a glance at the other party. Snake, LV-25. He didn't even need to look at his detailed information, he knew this guy. In the original work, Snake was a typical, bureaucratic, hero. Although he had some strength, he was jealous of the talented and hated the capable, and loved to engage in this, newcomer education, routine. In the plot, he was dissatisfied with Saitama's attitude while receiving his lecture and feared his ranking would be surpassed, so he ambushed Saitama on his way home, only to be one-shotted by a single punch. Seeing him appear here now, how could Lin Lan not know what he wanted to do? Oh my, isn't this Senior Snake, ranked 38th in A-class? My apologies, my apologies. Is something the matter? Lin Lan said, feigning surprise. Seeing Lin Lan's reaction, Snake's vanity instantly rose, and he said even more smugly, haha, as a senior, I find it necessary to remind you. The Hero Association is not a playground. The title of S-Class represents the highest combat power of humanity, and it's not something you can sit firmly on just by relying on someone's connections. Saitama, standing to the side, picked his ear and turned to ask Lin Lan with a blank expression, "Who is this guy? Is he also a staff member? Can we ask him where the supermarket discount section is?" PFF'd. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. The veins on Snake's forehead twitched violently, and his face instantly darkened. "Very good, you have quite the personality." Snake gritted his teeth and turned his gaze to Lin Lan, who looked slightly more normal. Although the association prohibits private fighting between heroes, in order to ensure the gold content of the S-class ranking and not let some people who are just making up the numbers ruin the association's reputation, I have an obligation to conduct a qualification review on you. Qualification review. Lin Lan raised an eyebrow. That's right, a friendly sparring match. Snake flexed his wrists, making a cracking sound, his eyes sinister. Right here on the ring. If you can last 3 minutes under my hands, I will admit you have the qualifications for S-class. Otherwise, you better obediently hand back that card and start climbing from C-class. The surrounding heroes immediately started jeering. Snake is an A- class hero, this is going to be a good show. Those two newcomers definitely won't dare to accept, right? If they can't even beat Snake, then this S-class is indeed too watered down. Listening to the surrounding discussion, Snake felt secretly proud. His plan was well calculated. As long as he defeated this newcomer in front of everyone, he could not only expose the true face of the nepotism hire, but also use this opportunity to establish his authority, and perhaps even move his ranking up a bit. As for losing, don't joke around. He was a battle-hardened A-class hero, and the other party was just a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair yet. Just then, a notification message popped up on Lin Lan's retina again. Ding. Side quest triggered. Establish authority. Quest description. Facing the provocation of A-class hero Snake, as the successor of the Sword Soul, you need to use absolute strength to prove the gold content of S-class. Quest objective. Defeat Snake and cause him psychological trauma. Note. Do not kill. Quest reward. Express plus 30000, Gold plus 1000, Unlock skill. Flash. Lin Lan looked at the task panel that popped up on his retina, then looked at the arrogant Snake in front of him. A quest has been triggered. Very well, if even a LV-25 person wants to challenge me, if I don't show them some color, then any stinky fish or rotten shrimp will dare to come and provoke me in the future. How about it? Afraid. Seeing Lin Lan not speaking, Snake thought he was scared and his tone became even more aggressive. If you don't dare, bow and apologize now, admit that you are a piece of trash who used the back door, and maybe I won't let you off. Alright. Lin Lan interrupted him and suddenly laughed. Since you are so interested in guiding your juniors, I will graciously accept. Snake was stunned for a moment, then wild with joy. He took the bait. HMPH, an arrogant kid who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Snake took off his coat, revealing his lean and strong muscles, jumped onto the ring beside him first, and struck the starting pose of the snake bite fist. His hands formed snake-like claw hands, his body's center of gravity was lowered, and his eyes locked onto Lin Lan like a venomous snake. Lin Lan leapt up, jumped onto the ring, and then controlled his mind to make his equipment reappear on his body. Seeing the purple tachi suddenly appear in Lin Lan's hand, Snake couldn't help but be stunned. Snake stared at the equipment that had appeared out of thin air on Lin Lan, stunned for a long moment. When did this happen? Wasn't he wearing casual clothes just a moment ago? Snake's eyes widened, unable to believe it. He finally realized that this young S-class hero recruit in front of him seemed a bit off. Especially when he saw the tachi in Lin Lan's hand, gleaming with an eerie light, his Adam's apple couldn't help but bob up and down. However, he was already in too deep and had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack Lin Lan. Snake bite fist. Snake launched the first attack, his body surging forward instantly. With a fierce stomp of his feet, he charged rapidly at Lin Lan. His arms traced eerie arcs in the air, his fingertips like the fangs of a venomous snake, aiming directly for Lin Lan's eyes and throat. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. The onlookers below let out a gasp. Although Snake's character wasn't great, this snake bite fist technique was truly well practiced. Facing such a fierce offensive, Lin Lan stood still, not moving an inch. In his field of vision, Snake's movements seemed to have become extremely slow. Before the dynamic vision of a level 41 sword soul, it was like watching a baby. Just as Snake's fingertips were less than 5 centimeters from Lin Lan's face, Lin Lan moved. No flashy dodging, no panicked retreat. He simply flicked his wrist. Uppercut. Smack. A crisp sound of impact echoed throughout the arena. Snake only felt a blur before his eyes, as an irresistible, immense force instantly shattered his attack stance and smashed heavily into his chin. Ah! Snake's brain went blank for a moment, and his body involuntarily lifted off the ground, sent flying 2 meters into the air by this single sword strike. Float. This was the core mechanism of the Sword Souls combo in DNF. Once an enemy enters the float state, it is the beginning of a nightmare. Lin Lan looked at Snake, who was flailing in midair, completely having lost his balance, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Senior, is it high up there? Before the words had even faded, Lin Lan's figure vanished from where he stood. Flowing heart. Pierce. Lin Lan leapt up, the Ta Chi in his hand transforming into an afterimage. Smack. 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 3 consecutive strikes landed precisely on Snake's chest, abdomen, and side waist. Each strike perfectly maintained Snake's float state, neither letting him fall nor letting him fly too far away. The intense pain made Snake want to scream, but the air in his lungs had been knocked out instantly, and he could only make gurgling sounds. He realized with horror that he was completely unable to control his body, like a ragdoll being toyed with in the palm of someone's hand. But this was only the beginning. Lin Lan landed, and Snake's body fell along with him. Just as Snake thought the nightmare was over and was about to hit the ground, the Ta Chi in Lin Lan's hand lit up with a faint glow again. Flowing heart. Leap. Swish, swish, swish. The Ta Chi swung again, lifting Snake, who was about to hit the ground, and sending him flying into the air once more. Alright, time to end this. Lin Lan murmured. Army Breaker Rising Dragon Strike. Lin Lan slammed his shoulder forward, carrying a golden super armor glow, and crashed heavily into Snake, followed by an upward slash of the Ta Chi, sending this pitiful A-class hero back into the sky once more. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths hung wide open, their eyeballs practically popping out. Is this even a sparring match? This is simply a one-sided massacre. From the moment Lin Lan attacked, Snake hadn't touched the ground once. He was like a ball, being tossed back and forth in the air by Lin Lan, completely unable to fight back. What kind of sword technique is this? Koz knew that Lin Lan's strength was definitely S-class, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. In midair, Snake's eyes had rolled back, his consciousness fading. Finished. Lin Lan sheathed the Ta Chi. The moment he did, Snake fell heavily to the ground. Snake lay face down on the floor, motionless, he had clearly passed out. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. Thank you for the lesson, senior. Lin Lan didn't care if Snake could hear him. It seems the threshold for S-class is a bit higher than you thought. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone in the testing arena was stunned once again. If Saitama destroying the machine just now gave people the feeling of pure, terrifying power, then this smooth, flowing combo from Lin Lan gave people the feeling of despair. It was a suffocating sensation brought about by the perfect combination of technique and power. Anyone could see that Lin Lan wasn't even taking it seriously. He was toying with him like a 3-year-old child, hitting him however he wanted, deciding exactly when the opponent would land. Is this the strength of the 17th ranked S-class hero? Too strong. Snake couldn't even take a single move from him. Who said he was a nepotism hire earlier? If this is a nepotism hire, I want to pull strings too. The sentiment in the crowd reversed instantly. In this world where strength is paramount, fists are the ultimate truth. Lin Lan used the most direct method to crush all doubts. Saitama stood below the stage, watching this scene, and rubbed his bald head. Oh. That move just now was pretty cool. But it looks like it was really tiring. Why swing so many times? Wouldn't one punch be enough? Lin Lan walked off the stage, and hearing Saitama's words, the corner of his mouth twitched. That's art, you wouldn't understand. Lin Lan controlled his mind, and the tachi and purple light armor in his hands vanished again. Phew, much more comfortable tilde. Lin Lan let out a long breath, venting all the displeasure from being beaten up by Tatsumaki earlier. Mission completed. Obtained Express plus 30,000, Gold plus 1,000. Level increased to 42, all attributes increased. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the passive skill, Flash. Flash. Blink a certain distance in the designated direction. The distance increases with your level. Current flash distance is 1,200 meters. Cooldown is 1.5 minutes. Note: can ignore obstacles. I learned Ghost Step before, and now another flash. Am I playing DNF or League? Whatever, both skills are good, especially Flash, which counts as a god tier skill. And I leveled up. Huge profit. At this moment, several medical staff rushed over and lifted Snake onto a stretcher. As they passed by Lin Lan, Snake on the stretcher regained a bit of consciousness, his eyelids trembling as he opened them a crack. When he saw Lin Lan's devilish smiling face, his body gave a violent shudder, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out again. It seems this is the psychological trauma mentioned in the mission rewards. Koz wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked over quickly, his attitude even more respectful than before. Lord Lin Lan, Lord Saitama, the sparring just now was very spectacular. Your strength is truly indisputable. The association has nothing else here. You are free to go. Oh, okay, thank you. Lin Lan thanked him and left the testing area with Saitama. By the time they walked out, it was sunset. Saitama suddenly remembered that this was a city. It's dark, I have to get home quickly. Saitama said. Lin Lan knew Saitama lived in Z City, and he had his own plans for the next step, so he said, "Oh, don't rush. It's rare for you to come to A City, let's have some fun today. Come on, dinner is on me tonight. I'll treat you to high-end beef hot pot." Treating, and high-end beef. These two words instantly attracted Saitama. Really? Of course, we're buddies, would I lie to you? Come on, let's go grab a bite, and then go get a foot massage. A foot massage. Maybe not. We're S-class heroes, what's wrong with a foot massage? Being a hero is so tiring, can't we enjoy ourselves a bit? Due to your generosity, Saitama's favorability +2. Current favorability, 8. Acquaintances. Night enveloped the entire A city. Located in the city center, neon lights crisscrossed, illuminating the dark night. As the largest and most prosperous city in the One-Punch world, the nightlife here was rich and diverse. Lin Lan stood with his hands in his pockets in front of a hot pot restaurant named Heaven on Earth, looking up at the signboard flickering in the night market. This is the place. Saitama stood beside him, looking at the restaurant's decor, and couldn't help but say, Lin Lan, this place looks really expensive. How about we go somewhere else? Saitama was not wealthy. Although he was the strongest in this world, his mind was not focused on making money. This could be seen from the dilapidated apartment he lived in Z City. You're an S-class hero now. After all, we have to pick the most expensive one. Lin Lan put an arm around Saitama's shoulder and pointed at the entrance grandly. I already told you, it's my treat today. You just focus on eating, and leave the rest to me. Really? Truer than real gold, I wouldn't lie to you, brother. As the two reached the entrance, two hostesses wearing high-slit cheongsams walked up. Their eyes swept over the cheap, off-the-rack clothes the two were wearing, and although their professional smiles didn't fade, they didn't immediately step forward to open the door. In a place like this, it's not just about the taste, it's about the status barrier. Lin Lan was well aware of this. He raised the corners of his mouth, lifted his right hand, and shifted his focus. A golden, circular coin appeared between his fingers. It was a gold coin rewarded by the system. Ding! Lin Lan flicked his finger. The coin traced a perfect parabola in the air and landed accurately into the arms of the waiter closest to him. The waiter caught it subconsciously, feeling its weight. He was stunned for a moment and looked down. The moment he saw the gold coin, the waiter's expression changed. A tip for you, arrange the best private room, Lin Lan said with a smile. The waiter's pupils constricted sharply, and he bent his waist 90 degrees, nodding, yes. Thank you very much for your generosity. Two distinguished guests, please follow me. The best private room happens to be vacant. A casual tip is a gold coin. Which conglomerate's young master is out experiencing life? Watching the waiter's reaction, Lin Lan confirmed one thing. The system's gold coins were indeed interchangeable with the paper currency of this world. The moment Lin Lan took out the system's gold coin, it was considered reasonable. Saitama was also shocked by Lin Lan's extravagance, saying, Lin Lan, that one gold coin was worth at least 10,000 yen. This could buy so many discounted items. 10,000 yen was about the amount of Saitama's monthly living expenses. Looking at Saitama's pained expression, Lin Lan laughed grandly again, ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? I have plenty of money. Just spend freely tonight. It was only one gold coin. By killing Vaccine Man and completing missions, the number of gold coins was already nearing 10,000. This was equivalent to 100 million yen in paper currency. Moreover, the source of the gold coins was simple, grinding dungeons and completing missions. This was too easy for Lin Lan. Before transmigrating, he was always a struggling streamer. Now that he had transmigrated to this world, he had to be a wealthy tycoon. Ask yourself, who would refuse a friend who is rich and wants to pay for your expenses? In a sense, Saitama was also an ordinary person. Of course, he wouldn't refuse either. Led by the waiter, Lin Lan and Saitama arrived at the most luxurious private room on the top floor. The room had floor-to-ceiling windows on three sides, offering a view of the entire A-city nightscape. The two sat down, and the waiter respectfully handed over the menu. Lin Lan didn't even look at it and slammed the menu onto the table. No need to look. Lin Lan waved his hand and pointed at the pictures on the first page of the menu. Bring 20 plates of this A5 grade marbled beef first. Also, this top grade black pork, deep sea shrimp paste, abalone, matsutake, bring double portions of everything on this page. The waiter pouring the tea trembled, and the tea almost spilled. Sir, 20 plates of beef. This portion might. What? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Lin Lan raised an eyebrow and tossed 2 gold coins directly onto the table. No, no, no. I'll arrange it for you immediately. The waiter grabbed the gold coins and ran out like a flash. Seeing this, Saitama's unchanging expression finally shifted. That. Lin Lan, 20 plates, of that high-grade beef. A plate must cost several thousand, right? If you're going to eat to your heart's content. Money is just a bunch of numbers. I'm not interested in money. Lin Lan enjoyed the thrill of spending money like water. Besides, we're buddies, let's eat to our heart's content today. Oh okay. Soon, the door to the private room opened, and carts of food were pushed in. On the carts, slices of top-grade Wagyu beef, cut as thin as cicada wings and shimmering with red and white marbling, were arranged in the shape of flowers. The broth was already boiling, and the rich aroma of beef tallow instantly filled the room. Gurgle. Saitama's stomach made a sound in perfect coordination. Let's eat. After Lin Lan finished speaking, the chopsticks in Saitama's hand instantly turned into an afterimage. Swish. He poured an entire plate of beef directly into the pot. After just 3 seconds, he scooped it all up with astonishing hand speed, dipped it in garlic sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth in one bite. There was a rosy glow on Saitama's dull face. This was the first time he had tasted beef of this caliber. Delicious. So delicious. This melt-in-your-mouth feeling, it's completely different from the discounted beef at the supermarket. Saitama is extremely pleased after tasting top-tier cuisine. Your favorability +10. Current favorability. 17, acquaintances. Lin Lan watched the system prompt and nodded inwardly. This money was well spent. Not only could it satisfy his appetite, but it could also farm favorability with the strongest cheat character. It was a total win-win. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you, there's plenty. Lin Lan picked up a few slices of beef and swished them in the pot. Waiter, add 10 more plates. This meal could be described as eating like a whirlwind. Saitama's appetite was quite astonishing. No matter how much meat came up, he could wipe it out in an instant. Although Lin Lan had the Sword Soul Constitution bonus and his appetite had increased significantly, he still had to concede defeat in front of Saitama. Looking at the mountain of empty plates, Lin Lan deeply suspected that in Saitama's limiter broken setting, even the limiter on his stomach had been broken. Fully fed and satisfied, Saitama slumped in his chair, patting his slightly protruding belly with a satisfied look on his face. Ah, so full. Can we go home now? Go home. What are you thinking? Come on, let's go get a foot massage. Huh, are we really going? Of course. Lin Lan stood up and paid the bill. It cost less than 50 gold coins in total, which was a drop in the bucket for him. Half an hour later, at the most luxurious, cloud-top spa club, in A City. Two men in bathrobes were lying on massage beds, with technicians working hard on their feet. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Take it easy there. Saitama grimaced and cried out. Sir, your shoulder and neck muscles are very stiff. This is from long-term accumulated fatigue and needs to be massaged out, the young female technician said softly, though the force of her hands didn't decrease at all. Saitama, relax, don't tense up. Lin Lan lay beside him, humming comfortably. With your bronze skin and iron bones, you're making her hands hurt from massaging you, yet you're still yelling. But it really, truly feels sore and refreshing. Although Saitama shouted about the pain, his body honestly went limp. Since he started his hero activities, although fighting was not difficult for him, the hustle and bustle of daily life was very real. Like this, without having to think about anything and being served by others, it was an experience from another world for him. Lin Lan. Thanks. Saitama looked at the ceiling and suddenly said, I'm very happy today. I haven't eaten this full in a long time. Lin Lan turned his head to look at the bald man. Although he possessed godlike power, Saitama's wishes were very simple. If Saitama really wanted to make money, it would be too easy given his strength, yet he chose this ordinary way of life. Lin Lan quite admired this. I told you we're buddies. Lin Lan closed his eyes. If you want to eat, just tell me, and we can come back. Forget it, it's too expensive. Next time, we can go to the supermarket to buy ingredients and cook ourselves. That would save a lot of money, and I know a store that has discounted beef. 3 days had passed since Lin Lan took Saitama on a lavish spending spree in A City. Z City, the ghost town, rumored to be mysterious and terrifying by the outside world. This city was hailed as the most terrifying city. The frequency of monster appearances in Z City was quite high, and the number of them ranked at the forefront of all major cities. Within Z City, there was an uninhabited area, which was the disaster zone for monsters. Due to the frequent appearance of high-level monsters, residents had all moved to the city center, and this place had turned into the legendary uninhabited ghost town. However, the mass migration meant that the water and electricity infrastructure hadn't been shut down in time, and housing prices had plummeted, making this place a paradise for Saitama. The apartment where Saitama lived was located in this uninhabited area. Lin Lan didn't hesitate much. After returning from A City with Saitama, he came to Z City and moved in next door to Saitama. The reason was simple. As the protagonist of the One Punch world, most major events revolved around him, and following him would definitely lead to good fortune. The frequency of monster appearances in Z City was exceptionally high, which was exactly what Lin Lan wanted to see. He could grind monsters and level up with peace of mind. Furthermore, with a cheater like Saitama as a neighbor, it would be hard to even die. This was Lin Lan's third day in Z City, and he had already defeated several monsters, including 2 tiger-level monsters and 5 wolf-level monsters. Coupled with the daily sweeping of the Vaccine Man dungeon from the system, his level had increased to 46 in 3 days, and he had learned 2 other key skills for the Sword Soul, Fierce Dragon Sky-Shattering Slash and Phantom Sword Dance. At the same time, Lin Lan had also gained a fairly good understanding of this world's settings and some of the system's functions. First, the strength of the monsters in this world. Wolf-level monsters were between level 5 and 20. Tiger-level monsters were between 21 and 40. Demon-level monsters were between 40 and 60. Those above 60 were dragon-level monsters. In contrast, the hero association was quite uneven, with a huge level disparity below S-class. Most A-class heroes were between levels 20 and 35, with few exceeding level 40. Most S-class heroes were above level 40, with rare exceptions like Tatsumaki and Bang reaching level 80 plus. At the same level, monsters were superior to humans in all aspects, especially with a significant gap in stats like HP. In terms of Lin Lan's current level, he was at the level of an S-class gatekeeper, but if he factored in his skills and such, he could compete with the top 10 S-class heroes. However, for Lin Lan, increasing his strength was nothing more than leveling up, learning skills, and then enhancing weapons, upgrading equipment, etc. At this moment, he was having a headache over the matter of weapon enchanting. Epic material. Core of planetary malice. Description. Weapon enchanting material. After successful enchanting, one can obtain the resentment affix. This was a rare material dropped after killing Vaccine Man. It could enchant a weapon, which was equivalent to gaining an extra small skill. In DNF, one could just find a specific NPC, but who should he look for in this world? The system didn't specify. Just as Lin Lan was thinking this, there was a knock at the door. There was no need to guess, it must be Saitama, because every day at this time, Saitama would come over to play games with him. Saitama's three hobbies: being a hero, catching sale days, and playing games. Coming. Lin Lan put the core back into his system inventory and got up to open the door. Saitama was standing outside. He had taken off the yellow Superman suit he usually wore when going out to eliminate monsters and changed into loose clothing. Lin Lan, are we playing games today? Saitama asked straightforwardly. Ever since Lin Lan moved in next door 3 days ago and, generously, contributed the latest game console he had purchased along with a cabinet full of popular games, Saitama had come over punctually almost every day. Lin Lan was happy to see this. Playing games with Saitama was the most cost-effective investment. Not only could he steadily grind the favorability of this big shot, but he could also consolidate their relationship in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Over the past 3 days, Saitama's favorability towards him had increased, steadily rising to 35 points, and their relationship had changed from acquaintance to friendly. Favorability was divided into several levels from low to high. -30 approximately -11 is discussed. -10 approximately 10 is neutral. 11 to 30 acquaintance. 31 to 60 friendly. 61 to 80 trust. 81 to 90 close friend. 90 to 100 life and death companions. As the relationship progressed, corresponding tasks would be unlocked, and he would also be able to receive help from the other party. For example, with Lin Lan and Saitama's current relationship, Saitama viewed Lin Lan as a friend, was willing to provide help, shared personal thoughts, and there was a probability of triggering exclusive tasks. Play. Of course, let's play. Lin Lan stepped aside. I just got a new game, a co-op adventure. I heard it's particularly difficult, so let's try it out. Oh. Saitama's eyes instantly lit up. He walked into the room skillfully, sat cross-legged on the cushion on the floor, and picked up the controller. The two of them quickly threw themselves into the intense game battle. Lin Lan himself was a former game streamer, so he was better at playing games than Saitama. Saitama was a typical player who didn't really know how to play, not the type that was particularly bad, but definitely not good either. Fortunately, Lin Lan could carry him, and many times when Saitama made a mistake, he managed to forcefully turn things around. They had no coordination on their first play, but they managed to clear the easiest mode. Saitama looked at the words, "Stage clear," displayed on the screen, feeling satisfied. I didn't expect to clear it on the first try. I usually take a long time to play games like this. It really is more fun playing together. Saitama said with rare emotion. It wasn't hard to tell from these words that he regarded Lin Lan as a friend. Lin Lan skillfully handed Saitama a soda, opened one for himself, and then asked, "By the way, Saitama, let me ask you something. You've lived in Z City for so long, do you know, a place that can help process or enhance weapons? A really powerful one. Process weapons." Saitama took a sip of soda, tilted his head to think, his dead fish eyes showing a look of contemplation, and said, "Really powerful. Oh, I remember now. There is a place filled with robots and all sorts of glowing machines, clanking and clicking, it looks really high-tech. Lin Lan perked up. Where is it? What's it called? It's near the old harbor district, a converted warehouse that looks very old on the outside but is very large inside. It doesn't seem to have a sign at the door. I remember someone saying that a doctor lives there. I think his name is Dr. Kusno. Saitama said. Dr. Kusno. Lin Lan finally remembered this character from the plot. That's right, this guy is the genius scientist who turned the budget warrior, Genos, into a cyborg. He had been so busy researching system matters these past few days that he had actually forgotten about this important figure in Z City. If it's Drive Kusno, he might really be the NPC who can enchant weapons and other equipment. Very good, I'll go find him right away. Half an hour later, Lin Lan arrived alone near the old port of Z City. Due to the frequent appearance of monsters, this port had long been abandoned. Many factories and warehouses were left behind here. Lin Lan had originally intended to ask Saitama to come along, but Saitama was immersed in a new game and did not follow. In reality, it wasn't that the game was so attractive, but rather that Saitama was simply bad at it. Without Lin Lan, he couldn't clear the levels on his own. Although this bald man possessed invincible power, he was a classic example of someone who was bad at the game but addicted to it, in the gaming realm. Lin Lan looked around. This place had been desolate for a long time, even more so than other uninhabited areas in Z City. Shipping containers were stacked randomly like building blocks, completely devoid of life. After searching nearby for a while, Lin Lan found his destination. This should be the place. Lin Lan stopped in front of an abandoned shipyard. The gate was tightly shut, with a "No Entry" warning sign hanging on it. Several infrared sensors could be seen in the corners. Lin Lan had just approached the gate. Click, click, click. The ground suddenly flipped over, and two tracked security robots over 3 meters tall crawled out. They instantly locked onto Lin Lan. Alert! Illegal intrusion. Please leave immediately, or compulsory measures will be taken. The robots issued an emotionless warning. Guardian Robot, LV-12. Lin Lan raised an eyebrow, observing the two machines with great interest. Is this one of Dr. Kusno's inventions? It looks a bit like the early dungeon monsters from the Mechanical Storm. Lin Lan tapped his toes and used Ghost Step. His figure instantly turned into an afterimage, quickly sweeping past the two robots and arriving in front of the gate. Subsequently, he tapped his fingers on the access control system a few times. Of course, he didn't know hacking techniques, he just simply placed his hand on the sensor and released a trace of his Sword Soul Sword Chi. ZZZZT. The electronic lock short-circuited, and the iron gate slowly slid open to both sides. Who is it? As the warehouse door opened, a voice came from the depths. Lin Lan walked into the warehouse, and his view suddenly opened up. Unlike the dilapidation outside, inside the warehouse was a high-tech laboratory. High-tech products were visible everywhere. Robotic arms, blueprints and parts scattered all over the floor, and so on. In the distance, several semi-finished artificial robots could also be seen. An old man with a mushroom haircut and thick-rimmed glasses was standing behind a console, holding a huge wrench in his hand. At this moment, the old man was observing Lin Lan with a vigilant gaze. Needless to say, this person was Dr. Kusno. Lin Lan scanned the area but did not find Genos. Subsequently, he cast his gaze above Dr. Kusno's head. NPC. Dr. Kusno, Special Functional Type. Level. Favorability. O. Neutral. Functions. Equipment crafting, weapon enchanting, mechanical repair. As expected. With the integration of the system, this genius scientist from the original work had turned into a functional NPC in Lin Lan's eyes. Don't be nervous, Doctor. I am the S-Class hero Lin Lan, not a bad guy. S-Class hero. Dr. Kusno was taken aback, put down the wrench in his hand, and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here at my place?" Lin Lan didn't waste words and directly took out the Tachi collector and the core of planetary malice from his system inventory. I would like to ask you, Doctor, to help me strengthen this weapon. The moment the materials were brought out, Dr. Kusno's eyes lit up. He walked over quickly and observed the core carefully. What kind of substance is this? What a perfect energy carrier. Dr. Kusno exclaimed, and then his eyes became fanatical. Young man, where did you get this from? It dropped from a monster, a dragon-level monster, Lin Lan said truthfully. A dragon-level monster, you say? Dr. Kusno muttered to himself. Then he raised his head, his eyes showing a touch of a businessman's shrewdness. I can help you process this material. As it happens, I recently developed a new energy injection system, and was worrying about not having suitable top-tier materials for experiments. As soon as he finished speaking, a system interface that only he could see popped up in front of Lin Lan. NPC Dr. Kusno has opened the enchantment workshop function for you. The interface was simple and clear, with only 3 options, each corresponding to different prices and effects. Option 1. Basic enchantment. Price: 500 gold coins. Effect: randomly generates 1 to 2 basic attribute entries, e.g., attack power plus 10, attack speed plus 2%, etc. Success rate: 100%. Option 2. Advanced enchantment. Price: 2000 gold coins. Effect: randomly generates 2 to 3 attribute entries with higher values. There is a 5% chance to awaken a passive skill. Success rate: 80%. Materials and gold coins are not refunded upon failure. Option 3. Legendary enchantment. Price: 5000 gold coins. Effect: guaranteed successful enchantment. Attributes are significantly increased, and it is guaranteed to awaken an active skill determined by the characteristics of the input material. Success rate: 100%. Lin Lan looked at these 3 options and raised an eyebrow slightly. What is this familiar sense of a pay-to-win trap? 500 gold coins is just a consolation prize, a complete waste of this epic-grade material. Although 2000 gold coins seems cost-effective, that 80% success rate is a trap. As a veteran DNF player, Lin Lan knew well the metaphysical law that 80% equals 0%, not to mention that 5% skill awakening rate. As for the third tier, 5,000 gold coins, Lin Lan glanced at his balance. With the previous mission rewards plus dungeon sweeping, his total gold coin count had just exceeded 10,000. 5,000 gold coins, equivalent to half of his net worth. What a rip-off. Lin Lan grumbled inwardly, but his eyes were fixed on the words, guaranteed to awaken an active skill. The core of planetary malice was dropped by Vaccine Man, that was the core of a dragon-level monster. If he could inherit some ability of Vaccine Man, it would definitely be a qualitative leap. Doctor, I choose the top tier. After saying this, Lin Lan tapped his finger on the third option. Whoosh! The gold coins in his system inventory instantly decreased by half. A satisfied smile appeared on Dr. Kusno's face. He took the tachi and the core, and turned to walk toward a cylindrical instrument. A wise choice. Young man, step back a little, the energy reaction might be a bit intense. Dr. Kusno fixed the tachi in the center of the instrument, then placed the purple core into the energy slot. The moment it was placed in, the indicator lights on the console lit up instantly. Hum. A piercing electrical sound echoed throughout the warehouse. Purple light erupted from the core and flowed into the tachi along the conduit. The originally dark red blade began to tremble, emitting a humming sound. Purple and red lights intertwined, illuminating the entire warehouse. Lin Lan stared fixedly at the blade, unable to help but feel nervous along with it. This was 5,000 gold coins plus an epic material. He really hoped the enchantment wouldn't fail. Stabilize. Fusion rate 80%. 90%. What violent energy, worthy of being a dragon-level monster's material. Suppress it, for me. Dr. Kusno's hands danced rapidly on the console, his forehead covered in sweat. Boom. A purple beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the roof of the warehouse and heading straight into the clouds. The beam of light quickly vanished, and then it all merged into the tachi. Phew. Dr. Kusno slumped into his chair and let out a long sigh. It succeeded, what a perfect piece of work. After speaking, the instrument slowly opened. Tachi collector floated quietly in midair. With the successful enchantment, its appearance had also changed. On the originally dark red blade, a purple pattern had appeared. A miniature purple eyeball was embedded at the hilt. It was exactly like the eyes of Vaccine Man, emitting a cold light. Lin Lan walked up and grasped the hilt. A violent force surged into his body along his arm. Congratulations. Enchantment successful. Equipment. Tachi, Collector demonized. Grade. Artifact pink. New attribute. Attack power plus 15%. Dark attribute attack enhancement plus 10. New skill. Embrace of the Netherfire active. Skill effect. Summons the Netherfire from the planetary malice, dealing 15% of max HP plus 300% of own max attack power magic damage to the target. Note: the maximum damage cap does not exceed 30% of the target's current HP. Limit: can only be used once per battle. Lin Lan stared at the skill description that popped up on his retina, stunned for several seconds. 15% of maximum health as damage. What kind of concept is that? This means that no matter what level the boss is, even if it's a cosmic overlord like Boros, as long as this move hits, it can shave off a huge chunk of its health bar. Percentage-based damage simply doesn't reason with you. Although there is a 30% damage cap, it's already quite terrifying. You have to know that this weapon also has the Tachi, Collector, execution effect. It can be directly understood that any enemy with health below 65% is within the execution range. Awesome. Spending these 5,000 gold coins was totally worth it. However, why does the name, Embrace of the Netherfire, sound so familiar? After thinking about it carefully, he realized it was the name of an item removed from LoL. This game set by the system, is it a hodgepodge? Forget it, as long as the weapon is powerful, who cares about the rest? Lin Lan raised his index and middle fingers, sliding them gently down the blade. This feeling is amazing. How important a good weapon is to a melee fighter goes without saying. Swish. He swung the Tachi again, and a purple afterimage streaked through the air, as if it could even cut through the air itself. How is it? Are you satisfied? Dr. Kusno walked up to Lin Lan. He looked at the Tachi in Lin Lan's hand, his eyes full of pride. Very satisfied. Your craftsmanship, Doctor, is truly miraculous. Lin Lan praised. Remember to come to me next time you have good materials. Besides weapons, I can also craft other equipment for you, Dr. Kusno said. Ding, due to your praise, Dr. Kusno's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability. 5. Acquaintance. Great. Lin Lan sheathed his blade. Since his goal had been achieved, Lin Lan didn't plan to stay any longer. Thanks, Doctor. I'll come to you again when I have good materials. Lin Lan finished speaking and left the warehouse. Lin Lan had not walked far when he stopped in his tracks. He then looked towards the front right, where he saw a monster with the head of a horse and the body of an ox violently destroying those abandoned shipping containers. Name: Ox Horse Man. Level: 30 Tiger level, mid-tier. Faction: Monster, hostile. Favorability: 10 Initial favorability for opposing faction, -10. HP: 8508 8508. MP: 2000. Skill: Ox Horse Charge. Description: originally an employee crushed by endless overtime and KPIs, it became a monster out of extreme resentment for living worse than an ox or a horse. Inner thoughts: I don't want to be an ox or a horse, I don't want to work. A tiger level monster. Just right to test my blade on. Lin Lan said with excitement. The Ox Horse Man kept muttering words like, can't finish, not allowed to rest, and radiated an aura of workplace resentment. Upon seeing Lin Lan, it suddenly roared, an ox or a horse, you are also an ox or a horse, right? Then go die. This monster was already muddled and incoherent. This monster's level was not low, an average A-class hero might not be its match, and it was also very fast. But in Lin Lan's eyes, it was nothing special. Lin Lan stood still, his right hand resting on the hilt, his body slightly crouched. Just as the Ox Horse Man lunged to within 3 meters in front of him, Lin Lan moved. Draw. Embrace of the Netherfire. Lin Lan shouted in a low voice. This time, he didn't use any sword skills, but directly activated the enchantment skill on the Tachi. The moment the Tachi was unsheathed, the purple eyeball on the hilt suddenly opened, and a mass of purple-black flames appeared out of thin air, transforming into a giant ghost claw that instantly grabbed the Ox Horse Man in midair. Let me go, the boss cannot exploit employees. The ox-horse man roared. Boom. The purple flames exploded immediately. A cluster of red numbers representing the reduction of health points appeared above the ox-horse man's head. Minus 3,125. Embrace of the netherfire damage. Minus 1,200. Critical damage. With just one strike, this tiger-level monster with 8,500 health had its health bar instantly evaporated by half. This was because the ox-horse man's maximum health wasn't high, so the percentage-based damage didn't reach its full potential. It mainly relied on the damage bonus from attack power. If it were a dragon-level monster with hundreds of thousands of health, the effect of this strike would be even more obvious. The ghost claw dissipated, and the ox-horse man fell heavily to the ground, twitching all over, foaming at the mouth, having lost its combat ability, but it kept muttering. An ox or a horse for life. Lin Lan looked at the ox-horse man on the ground and cast a look of pity. I'll give you a quick end. As Lin Lan's voice fell, he used a ghost slash to end the ox-horse man's life. Killed ox-horse man, gained experience plus 3000, gold plus 100. By the time Lin Lan returned to the apartment, it was already afternoon. Pushing open the door, Saitama was still sitting in front of the TV, and one could also smell the scent of instant noodles. He saw the screen displaying the message, game over. Yo, still haven't passed it. Lin Lan walked over and said. Saitama stiffly turned his head, a face full of black lines. Lin Lan, this game, is it broken? Why can't I jump over that fire pit no matter what? That's because you jumped too early. You need to have a sense of rhythm. Let me demonstrate it for you. Lin Lan said as he took the controller and began to demonstrate for Saitama. In a short while, Lin Lan cleared the level. Saitama watched, stunned. Did you learn it? Lin Lan put down the controller and asked Saitama. Saitama had just finished his instant noodles and said unwillingly, let me try again. Time divider. The following days returned to peace. In the following week, Lin Lan played games with Saitama every day, occasionally going out to eliminate a few monsters. However, most of the monsters' levels were tiger or wolf, and the highest level one was still the ox-horse man he eliminated at the old port last time. In 1 week, Lin Lan cleared the vaccine man dungeon daily, and his level increased to 55. In the NDF settings, one could undergo the first awakening at level 50, but it required corresponding conditions. This game's setting was the same, it required meeting 2 conditions. First, level 50 plus. Second, clear more than 2 boss dungeons. According to the system settings, to be considered a boss dungeon, the monster's level must be at least 50, and it must trigger a certain plot. However, Lin Lan had only cleared 1 dungeon so far and still needed 1 more to meet the conditions. Monsters above level 50 almost all reached the dragon level. They weren't just lying around, they couldn't be found just anywhere. Lin Lan wasn't in a hurry, he just needed to wait quietly for the plot to progress. That afternoon, Lin Lan and Saitama were, as usual, playing games together. Both of them held a controller in their hands, looking intently at the game screen in front of them. Next to them was another TV, which was broadcasting the daily important news. Oh, Saitama, how did you die again? Ah, I didn't mean to, there were too many small monsters. It's okay, watch me carry you. Just as they were playing fervently, the news being broadcast on the TV caught Lin Lan's attention. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
One Strike Player. The Sword Master Awakens. Part 2. Lin Lan put down the controller and looked at the breaking news playing on the TV next to him. Breaking news. D City is under attack by a massive disaster. D City is under attack by a massive disaster. The screen cut to a live feed. The camera shook violently. It was clear the cameraman was running for his life. Amidst the dust filling the sky, a huge shadow was slowly moving. It was a giant with an exaggerated physique. With every step it took, the earth trembled, and countless skyscrapers were crushed like toys. The disaster level is judged as demon. No. Re-evaluating. It is highly likely to reach dragon level. D city is confirmed destroyed. The giant creature is moving towards the neighboring B city. Residents of B city, please evacuate immediately. Repeating. Lin Lan looked at the giant on TV, his eyes lighting up instantly. He was familiar with this plot. Giant's younger brother, Margul. The guy who turned into a giant after drinking the Bicep King potion developed by his brother. Although he was killed in one punch by Saitama in the original work, leading to a misjudgment as demon level because no one witnessed his strength, Lin Lan, who had read the settings, knew very well that this guy possessed the destructive power to wipe out a city. Even if he didn't reach dragon level, he was at the peak of demon, and his level likely reached 50 plus. If he could defeat him, he would be able to fulfill the awakening conditions. Lin Lan would not miss this opportunity. Lin Lan turned his head to look at Saitama, who was still playing games, and said, Saitama, a demon-level monster has appeared in B City. Do you want to go with me? Saitama immediately turned his head, picked up the Dragon Quest IV cartridge from the side, and said, Perfect, once you leave, I can play some new games. It's just a demon-level monster, you can definitely handle it. After speaking, Saitama gave Lin Lan a thumbs up, revealing two large front teeth, which, combined with his bald head, felt very cunning. Lin Lan laughed dumbly. He was completely hooked on games. That was fine too, if Saitama went, he would have to use his brain, otherwise, he would be killed in one punch by him again. In the plot, Saitama was only C-class and had to desperately look for monsters to fight to keep his hero qualification. But now, because of his own intervention, Saitama started as an S-class, completely losing that sense of urgency of, get fired if you don't work. Plus, Lin Lan had bought a large number of games he was interested in, leaving him in a slacker state for the past few days. Alright then, you play. I'm off. I'll bring you back some B-City specialties tonight. Oh, be careful on the road. Remember to check if there are any limited edition game cartridges for sale in B-City for me. Leaving the apartment, Lin Lan mentally summoned the system function panel. System, start the teleportation function. Target location, a city, unlocked. Preparing for teleportation. With a flash of white light, Lin Lan's figure instantly disappeared from Z City. In the next second, Lin Lan had already appeared near the Hero Association headquarters in A City. Teleportation was a function of the system. He could travel to cities he had visited, unlocked. B City was right next to A City, saving a lot of time compared to rushing over from Z City. Ghost Step. Lin Lan gave a low shout, accelerating his speed. His whole body turned into an afterimage, speeding rapidly between the skyscrapers of A City, rushing towards the direction of B City. Before even reaching the border of B City, Lin Lan felt an aura that only emanated from monsters. In the distance, a behemoth was towering in the clouds. Nearly 2,000 meters tall, it gave off a tremendous sense of oppression. Ordinary buildings couldn't even reach his knees. He was like a moving mountain. Every step he took, the earth trembled. Name: Margul, Giant's younger brother. Level: 58. Faction: Monster, Hostile. Favorability: 10. Initial favorability for opposing faction is -10. HP: 150,000. MP: 0. Skills: None. Introduction: Exercises daily with the goal of becoming the strongest man in the world. Simple-minded, developed limbs. Inner thoughts: I have finally become stronger. I can conquer the world with my brother. Lin Lan was stunned when he saw this HP 15W. Even the level 60 vaccine man didn't exceed 90k. Is this what a pure physical reinforcement monster is like? It wasn't just HP, this guy's defense must also be very high. However, the only advantage was that this guy had no area of effect skills, so it wouldn't be difficult to deal with. Lin Lan gripped the Tachi collector at his waist, preparing for battle. Brother. Look. That is B City. On the giant's shoulder stood a man wearing a white lab coat, holding a megaphone and shouting frantically, Go. Destroy it. Prove my wisdom to the world. You are the strongest. That was the giant's brother, Fukagao. Strongest. I am the strongest. Giant's younger brother let out a roar, lifted his huge right foot, and stomped fiercely towards the edge of B City. If this foot landed, more than half of B City would be destroyed. Not a chance. Lin Lan's eyes sharpened, his figure shooting out violently. He couldn't let him enter the city. Once he entered B City, the resulting casualties would be immeasurable. Army Breaker Rising Dragon Strike. Lin Lan was in midair, his whole body wrapped in golden super armor light, slamming fiercely into the giant's ankle as it was about to land. Boom. The Tachi collided with the giant's skin, emitting a loud noise. Minus 4,360. Lin Lan was now level 55. This casual strike was enough to kill a wolf-level monster instantly, but for this thick-skinned and high-defense Margul, it felt like a tickle. Instead, the huge recoil made Lin Lan's arm numb. Such hard skin. Although the damage wasn't high, the forced knockback effect attached to this strike still caused Margul's movement to stall slightly, and his huge body shifted, landing on a wasteland. Boom. This foot caused a huge tremor, with soil and rocks splashing hundreds of meters high. Fukegao on the shoulder looked down suspiciously. That is, a fly. No, is it a hero? Margul also felt the anomaly at his ankle, and he lowered his head, locking onto Lin Lan in midair. Bug. Die. Margul waved his left hand. This wave covered the sky and blocked the sun. The wind pressure brought by the huge palm uprooted the surrounding trees. This wind pressure alone is enough to handle. Lin Lan didn't dare to take it head-on and immediately activated Flash. Swish. His figure shifted 15 meters horizontally out of thin air, avoiding the palm that was enough to shatter a mountain. Rumble. The palm wind swept across the ground, plowing out a bottomless canyon. It's too big, conventional attacks simply won't cause a stun. Lin Lan adjusted his posture in the air, his brain working rapidly, must use that mechanism. The signature mechanism of DNF Sword Soul Grab and Lift regardless of volume. In the game, even a boss weighing tons could be knocked into the air by a sword soul as long as the judgment succeeded. Since the system had turned this world into a game, this rule should also be applicable. Let's give it a try. This move is betting on the dignity of a sword soul. After landing, Lin Lan quickly rushed towards the giant. Seeing that his attack missed, Margul raised his feet again, this time jumping with both feet, preparing to shake this flea to death. This is it. The moment the giant's feet left the ground, Lin Lan rushed under the giant's feet, his Tachi drawing a perfect half-moon arc from bottom to top. Get up. Uppercut. With this strike, Lin Lan poured in all of his sword intent. A scene that looked incredibly comical unfolded. Lin Lan, standing only about 1.8 meters tall, used a Tachi over a meter long to lift the toe of a giant nearly 300 meters tall and weighing tens of thousands of tons. According to physics, Lin Lan's wrist should have shattered. But in the system's judgment, it was perfectly logical. A power of rules that defied the laws of physics erupted instantly. Margul, who was originally falling, suddenly felt a powerful force coming from the sole of his foot, and his massive body tilted backward uncontrollably. Then, his feet left the ground, and he was forcibly launched into midair. Nani? How is this possible? This isn't scientific. Fokugo, on his shoulder, looked like his eyes were about to pop out. Because Margul's body was tilting, he almost flew off and could only cling on for dear life. No matter who it is, being launched like this creates an opening, especially for a class like Sword Soul, it's a perfect opportunity for damage output. Science. Here, I am science. Lin Lan moved instantly. Flowing heart. Leap. Lin Lan leapt, jumping up to the giant's knee. The Tachi danced, swinging out fiercely. Mountain Crusher. During the last hero test, he hadn't had a weapon in hand when he used this move. Using it with a weapon in hand this time, the power was on a completely different level. Boom. The Tachi, collector, carrying the majestic power of the Sword Soul, slammed hard into the giant Margul's kneecap. A massive explosion followed. Buzz. Centered on where the blade landed, a visible ring of crimson shockwaves exploded outward. The shockwave tore into 8 incomparably sharp crimson sword chi, spreading out from the knee in all directions. Rip. Everywhere the sword chi passed, flesh and skin were torn apart. The violent impact wasn't limited to cutting, it also carried a crushing sensation like Mountain Crusher, and the giant's leg joint groaned under the strain. Crack, it sounded like bone shattering. With just this one move, over 20,000 of Margul's HP was depleted. However, the attack wasn't over yet. Roar. Margul roared in the air, trying to grab Lin Lan off his body with his hand. Too slow. Lin Lan stepped on the giant's arm, using the momentum to climb higher once more. Fierce dragon sky-shattering slash. Roar. Golden dragon-shaped energy enveloped his whole body as Lin Lan transformed into a swimming dragon, weaving back and forth across the giant's massive body in a Z pattern. With every pass, he left a wound deep enough to see the bone on the giant's body. This move wasn't just for depleting HP, Fierce Dragon Sky-Shattering Slash also carried an armor break effect, making it perfect for dealing with a tank like this. After the 4-stage slash ended, Lin Lan had already rushed to the giant's chest. At this moment, Margul's airborne state was about to end, and his massive body began to fall. It's not over yet. Take a look at this. Lin Lan gripped the hilt with both hands, and the purple eyeball on the Tachi snapped open. Embrace of the Netherfire. Boom. A mass of purple-black flames exploded out of thin air, instantly transforming into countless chains that tightly bound the giant's body. This was a curse born from the planet's malice. Rumble. Minus 45,000. A string of eye-catching red damage numbers popped up above Margul's head once again. Ah! Margul screamed in agony as the purple netherfire ignored his defense and burned his soul directly. The pain was so intense he could only scream, "Brother! Help me! It hurts! It hurts so much!" Margul frantically slapped at his chest, but he couldn't extinguish the flames from hell. Fokugo had long since been blown away by the earlier fierce dragon sky-shattering slash, falling to some unknown place with his fate uncertain. Under Lin Lan's continuous attacks, Margul's HP had already dropped below 50%. But he was a peak demon-level monster after all, his vitality was terrifyingly resilient. The intense pain triggered his ferocity. "I'm going to kill you." Margul's eyes turned blood red, and his muscles bulged. Ignoring the still-burning netherfire, he clapped his palms together, slamming them toward Lin Lan on his chest. This strike was more than twice as fast as before. Warning. The enemy has entered a berserk state. Attack power increased by 50%, speed increased by 30%. Lin Lan was in midair with nowhere to push off. From both sides, palms like mountains of flesh pressed in with an aura of destruction. No way to dodge. Then I won't dodge. Lin Lan held his Tachi up in a guard. Bang! The palms slammed shut. Lin Lan's figure was instantly swallowed up. A massive shockwave exploded into a ring of white air, scattering clouds for 10 miles around. Is he dead? Margul slowly opened his hands, only to find that Lin Lan had vanished. He hadn't been crushed to pieces, instead, a dark shadow remained where Lin Lan had been. This was the passive effect of the light armor set. When receiving damage exceeding 50% of one's maximum HP, an afterimage is summoned to take the hit. It was precisely this effect that allowed Lin Lan to evade that fatal blow. "Are you looking for me?" Lin Lan's voice came from behind Margul, and another mountain crusher slammed fiercely into his back. The powerful force sent Margul stumbling back several steps until he finally fell to the ground on his back. Rumble. The moment Margul hit the ground, it triggered a small earthquake. And after this strike, a red box indicating the execution threshold of Collector popped up on Lin Lan's retina. It's over. The final blow, Ghost Slash. Lin Lan held his Tachi high with both hands, and a purple-black sword chi slashed down heavily. Splat. The purple-black crescent of sword chi pierced through Margul's neck. That massive head was severed from the body. The battle ended. Lin Lan landed on the ground, gave his Tachi a flourish, and slowly sheathed it. Phew, that was full exhausting. Lin Lan looked at the mountain of flesh he had just slain and let out a long sigh of relief. Although there was only a 3-level difference, his HP and defense were simply insane, if not for powerful skills like Embrace of the Netherfire and Mountain Crusher, who knows how long he would have had to chip away at him. Successfully killed Boss Margul. Calculating over-level kill rewards. Level gap. 3. Rewards increased. Congratulations. Level up. Current level. LV56. Congratulations. Level up. Current level. LV57. All attributes increased. Obtained epic material. Giant's Belt X1. Obtained gold coins. 2000. Successfully unlocked dungeon. Attack on Giant. Margle. Dungeon. Margle level 50 dungeon. Description. Can be opened after successfully killing Margle. Main drops. Enhancement materials for armor, shoes, etc., gold coins, experience, etc. Note. All dungeons are divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and nightmare. One mode can be chosen for challenge each day. The normal mode allows for 1 tap sweep. Each time consumes 50 fatigue points. The rewards were a bit worse than when he defeated Vaccine Man. After all, it was only a level 50 dungeon. But that wasn't Lin Lan's main objective, because he had finally met the conditions for awakening. Lin Lan didn't care much about the rewards for killing the boss this time. Ding. Awakening prerequisites met. Ding. Awakening quest. Ultimate meaning of the sword, completed. Beginning awakening. Congratulations. First awakening successful. Class prefix change. Sword Soul to Sword Saint. Boom. As the system notification fell, an unprecedented power surged from Lin Lan's body, instantly flooding every part of him. This power wasn't just a simple increase in physical strength, it was a brand new understanding of the sword. If Lin Lan was using a sword before, now he himself was a sharp, unsheathed blade. After all, only a sword soul who completes their awakening after level 50 can be considered to have truly touched the threshold of the way of the sword. The so-called crane lift was a title that only existed after the first awakening. Powerful energy radiated outward with Lin Lan as the center, while countless phantom sword chi continuously swirled around his body. The system notifications weren't over yet. All stats increased by 20%. HP limit greatly increased. MP limit greatly increased. Learned awakening passive skill. Extreme Ghost Sword Art Iron Cutting Formula. Learned awakening active skill. Extreme Ghost Sword Art Storm Formula. Learned core passive. Weapon secret art. Lin Lan closed his eyes, feeling the powerful sword art memories that had been added to his mind. As this, the feeling of awakening. The moment Lin Lan opened his eyes, he felt the entire world had changed. His strength had improved, needless to say, but he also felt an extreme aura emanating from the inside out. At the same time, he felt much more confident. The increase in strength made him a little excited. He couldn't wait to test his current power. Unfortunately, there were no suitable targets around here right now. Wait, the dungeon I just unlocked. Lin Lan called up the system panel again and found the dungeon he had just unlocked. Dungeon. Attack on Titan. Margle. Status. Enterable. Normal mode. Recommended level 50, one-click sweep available. Hard mode. Recommended level 60. Nightmare mode. Recommended level 70. Lin Lan chose hard mode without hesitation. After confirming, Lin Lan's figure vanished from the spot. 3 seconds later, he appeared in the dungeon space. The scene in the dungeon space was exactly the same as where Lin Lan had been, but the timeline had returned to when Lin Lan first encountered Margle. In the distance, he could see Margle, whose level had now become 65. Level 65, without a doubt, had reached the standard of a dragon-level monster, and his HP had reached a staggering 250,000. However, Lin Lan didn't show a hint of fear, instead, his eyes revealed excitement. Fight. Ghost Step activated, and Lin Lan instantly appeared above Margle's head. Extreme Ghost Sword Art Storm Formula. He didn't use uppercut, this time, he opened with his ultimate. Buzz. In that instant, the dungeon space seemed to be frozen. With Margle's massive body as the center, the ground within a 100-meter radius instantly shattered. 24 energy light swords of various shapes materialized in the air. Tachis, great swords, short swords, blunts, lightsabers. Light intertwined, and sword chi surged. The various weapons formed a massive sword formation in the air, trapping the nearly 300-meter-tall monster firmly within. Lin Lan's figure also became ethereal and uncertain at this moment. This wasn't an afterimage from high speed, but a special effect of the extreme ghost sword art. After using this move, he would be in an invincible state for the duration of the sword technique. Within the sword formation, he was the sword saint who ruled over life and death. Swish, 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 swish. Under Lin Lan's control, the 24 light swords frantically pierced through the giant's body. Every sword carried a forced control effect. Margul's raised hands never came back down, he was unable to move. To be precise, he couldn't even move a single finger. Even though it was a dungeon space, this fellow's eyes were still filled with terror as he could only watch his body being pierced by countless sword chi. Minus 15,800. Minus 16,200. Critical. Minus 32,000. Counter. Striking red numbers constantly flashed from above Margul's head. The numbers popped up so fast that the red digits stacked on top of each other. This wasn't just the damage from the skill itself, but also the terrifying effect of Extreme Ghost Sword Art Iron Cutting Formula. Every critical hit was significantly reducing the enemy's physical defense. Even a thick-skinned dragon-level monster like Margul found its defense becoming like paper after several layers of the iron cutting effect were stacked. Finish. As the words fell, Lin Lan's figure appeared at the very top of the sword formation, holding the final massive light sword, and with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, he stabbed down heavily. Boom. A giant mushroom cloud rose within the dungeon space. A bottomless crater was blasted into the ground. The boss that had been a struggle to fight just now simply evaporated on the spot. Just one move, and the opponent was a dragon-level monster. Ding! Successfully cleared hard mode, sweep function, unlocked. As expected, the hard and nightmare modes were the same as normal. Once cleared, the sweep function could still be enabled. Gained experience, plus 50,000. Level gap bonus. Level increased to 58, all stats increased. Gained gold, plus 1,000. Gained material, chainmail x1. The battle over, Lin Lan landed on the ground, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The boss he previously had to rely on various skill combinations and the percentage-based HP reduction of Embrace of the Netherfire to defeat could now be unilaterally slaughtered just by activating his awakening skill. Weapon Secret Art boosted my base stats, Iron Cutting Formula stripped the enemy's defense bare, and Storm Formula provided an invincible damage window and strong control. This awakening was truly a qualitative leap. Lin Lan was certain that he had no rivals at the same level, and as long as they didn't exceed him by more than 10 levels, he was confident in winning. Lin Lan sheathed his sword. From now on, he finally had the capital to be arrogant in this world. Before, he had to develop low-key, now, it was no longer necessary. As long as he didn't encounter Boros, Tatsumaki, or Garo's later forms, he was completely confident in soloing ordinary dragon-level monsters. Exit dungeon. With a slight thought, the surrounding scenery vanished. City Z, Ghost Town apartment. Lin Lan had taken a trip to City B, bought a few newly released game cartridges and several boxes of high-grade beef, and then used the teleport function to return to City Z. I wonder how Saitama's game progress is going. Lin Lan, carrying his things, pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he heard Saitama's grumbling. Why here again? I clearly pressed the jump button, so why did I still fall down? This game's designer must have a problem with their brain. The only thing that could make the usually emotionless Saitama complain like this was a video game. Without needing to think, Saitama had definitely been crushed again. Half a month has passed since Lin Lan completed his awakening. During this half-month, life continued as usual, plain yet fulfilling. Since becoming S-class heroes, Lin Lan and Saitama basically spent their time staying at home, except for occasionally going to the association to clock in and collect their salaries. Of course, besides playing games, Lin Lan would also regularly clear the Vaccine Man and Giant's younger brother dungeons every day. Although the experience points and rewards from these two dungeons were decent, as his level broke past the level 60 mark, the experience required to level up increased exponentially. In half a month, even by exhausting his fatigue points every day, he only managed to rise from level 60 to level 63. However, the level increase allowed him to comprehend two more skills. One was Bato Zan, and the other was Auto Block. Without any new high-level dungeons, this leveling speed is as slow as a turtle's crawl. Lin Lan sat cross-legged on the tatami, looking at the experience bar on his retina and sighing helplessly. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he opened the character attribute panel. Player. Lin Lan. LV. 63. Faction. Human. Class. Sword Saint. Unique class. HP. 85,000 87,000. MP. 30,000 30,000. Fatigue. 5150ths. Equipment. Tachi. Collector. Lily's Blessed Amulet. Light Armor Set. Skills. Active. Ghost Slash, Ghost Step, Uppercut, God Shadow Hand, Mountain Crusher, Flowing Heart, Stab, Leap, Army Breaker, Rising Dragon Strike, Fierce Dragon, Sky Shattering Slash, Flash, Embrace of the Netherfire, Tachi Exclusive, Ultimate Ghost Sword Art, Tempest, Bato Zan, Phantom Sword Dance. Passive. Heroic Majesty, Basic, Ultimate Ghost Sword Art, Iron Cutting Style, Weapon Secret Art, Afterimage, Set Effect, Auto Block, Bloody Battle. Comprehensive Strength. 5600 influenced by level, 5-dimensional attributes, equipment, etc. Inventory. Epic Material. Giant's Belt X1, Chainmail X1, Tough Monster Armor Fragment X2, Giant Mutation Core X1, Evolution Crystal X5. Gold Coins. 12,000. Quests. None. Unlocked Dungeons. Attack of the Giant. Margalt level 50. Planetary Malevolence. Vaccine Man, level 60. Affection. Saitama 42, Kevin 35, Lily 40, Dr. Kusno 10, Genos 2, Snake -5. At this moment, a boring variety show was playing on the television. Saitama was playing games in front of the console. Suddenly, a buzzing sound broke the afternoon's peace. A spotted mosquito had somehow squeezed through a gap and was circling above the room. It seemed to have a special fondness for Saitama's bald head, circling it several times. Saitama immediately put down the game controller, his gaze fixed on the spotted mosquito circling above him. Mosquitoes again. Are there always this many mosquitoes this season? Saitama stood up and swiped at the mosquito. Slap. However, when Saitama moved his palm away, the mosquito, as if mocking him, reappeared and landed on the tip of his nose. A vein instantly popped on Saitama's forehead. Fool mosquito. Infuriated, Saitama sped up, frantically clapping his palms at the mosquito. Slap, 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 slap. A continuous series of sounds rang out. The mere act of clapping created gusts of wind that knocked over everything in the room. Although Lin Lan had money, he wasn't about to let it go to waste like this. He hurriedly protected the game console and shouted, "Hey, hey, Saitama, don't tear the house down." Half a minute later, Saitama stopped his movements, panting as he spread his hands. Empty. He still hadn't hit it. The mosquito was still flying in the air, as if it had turned on an absolute evasion cheat. I don't believe I can't catch you. Completely enraged, Saitama was jumping all over the room, frantically attacking the mosquito. Can you believe it? This man, who could one-shot a god-level monster, was actually being toyed with by an ordinary mosquito. Lin Lan shook his head at the sight. Although this scene was a classic, if this continued, the apartment would be destroyed by Saitama. Lin Lan's eyes flickered. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, using them as a sword. Ultimate Ghost Sword Art, Iron Cutting Style, had granted Lin Lan formidable swordsmanship mastery. The moment the mosquito escaped from between Saitama's fingers, Lin Lan made a slicing motion with his fingers. Sizzle. A blade of sword chi shot through the air. In midair, that arrogant mosquito seemed as if it had been hit by a freezing spell. In the next second, it was neatly split into two halves and slowly drifted down. Done. Lin Lan blew on his fingertips. Saitama was stunned for a moment. Looking at the mosquito's corpse on the floor, a rare sense of frustration rose on his face. Lin Lan, your swordsmanship really is incredible. I was clearly aiming right at it. After all, the two had known each other for nearly a month, and their affection level had reached over 40, they understood each other quite well. Saitama knew Lin Lan was strong, especially in swordsmanship. As for how strong he was, Saitama didn't know. Anyway, Lin Lan could easily handle any monsters they had encountered so far. That's because you used too much force. The wind from your claps almost lifted the roof off the house, let alone the mosquito. Lin Lan said crossly. Just then, the variety show on the television was suddenly interrupted. The screen switched to a live news broadcast, showing a panicked host. Breaking news. Recently, a large-scale insect disaster has broken out in the areas surrounding City Z. According to expert analysis, this is not a natural phenomenon and may be controlled by someone. The scene shifted to an expert wearing glasses. The reproduction rate of mosquitoes this year is hundreds of millions of times higher than in previous years. Citizens, please close your doors and windows and try not to go outside. Bzzz. The signal was suddenly interfered with, and the picture shook violently. Immediately after, the reporter on the scene cried out in shock, "Oh my God! What is that?" The camera shook and then pointed towards the sky. The once clear sky was now obscured by a dense, dark cloud. That wasn't a cloud. It was a swarm of hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. They swept in like a tornado. Wherever they passed, whether it was stray dogs on the roadside or livestock on farms, everything was instantly sucked dry into mummified corpses. Before long, sirens wailed over City Z. Emergency alert. The disaster level has been assessed as demon. A massive swarm of highly aggressive mosquitoes is moving towards the City Z urban area. Contact will be fatal. All residents, please close your doors and windows and do not go outside. Lin Lan watched the news, his eyes instantly lighting up. It's here. The House of Evolution plotline. This wasn't just a simple demon-level disaster. The House of Evolution organization involved behind it was a major dungeon, filled with numerous monsters. Especially the base housing the Asura beetle, it was definitely a holy land for farming experience points. Saitama, looks like we've got work to do. Lin Lan stood up, cracked his neck, and said, "These aren't ordinary mosquitoes, they're experience packs, no, they're monsters." Saitama was still brooding over not killing that mosquito. Hearing this, he stopped playing his game and said, "Perfect, I'm still annoyed from earlier. Let's go and clean up these annoying pests." The two had just pushed open the door and stepped out of the apartment. Lin Lan and Saitama arrived on the streets of City Z. Due to the sirens, the streets were completely deserted at this time. In the distant sky, dense swarms of mosquitoes could be seen everywhere. At a certain point on the street, a thief holding a steel rod walked out of a convenience store, dragging a sack filled with goods behind him. Inside the sack were naturally the items he had just picked up from several shops. Ahahaha, as soon as the alarm went off, all the shops were empty. The thief was gloating, having taken this opportunity to steal things he couldn't get for days. How could a mosquito bite kill someone? Being able to steal this much, it doesn't matter if I get bitten once or twice. However, just as he finished speaking, a swarm of mosquitoes quickly swept past his back, knocking his hat off. The thief hurriedly looked back but found nothing strange. Is it the wind? Before he could react, countless mosquitoes instantly enveloped his entire body. Before he could even scream, the blood in his body was sucked dry. Thud. The thief, now a mummified corpse, collapsed to the ground. The entire process took less than a few seconds. In another part of the street, a figure was walking down the empty thoroughfare. It was a blond youth whose entire body, except for his head, was made of metal. This was a cyborg. Name: Genos. Level: 45. Faction: Human Cyborg. Favorability: 2. HP: 28,000 28,000. MP: 50,000 50,000. Energy core. Skills: Incineration Cannon, Machine Gun Fist, Boost Attack, Life Sensing, Scanned Eye, Self-Destruct. Introduction. A youth who underwent modification for the sake of revenge, traveling everywhere to maintain justice. Inner thoughts. A monster that can control mosquitoes. Lin Lan and Saitama stood atop an abandoned building, watching Genos. Saitama didn't recognize Genos and watched blankly without reaction. Lin Lan, however, had a slight smirk on his face. The budget warrior has finally appeared. Genos stood in the middle of the street, the special devices in his eyes rapidly scanning the mosquito swarms in the air. High-density biological reaction detected. Target locked. He raised both palms, and the nozzles of the incineration cannons in his palms lit up with an orange glow. Incinerate. Boom! A massive vortex of flames erupted from his palms, instantly swallowing all space within a range of hundreds of meters ahead. The high-temperature flames instantly turned the sky-filling mosquito swarms into ash. Black smoke swirled, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. The dark clouds that originally blotted out the sun became bright again under this single strike of the incineration cannon. Oh, the power is quite good, Lin Lan couldn't help but praise. Saitama rubbed his bald head and said, that cyborg seems pretty strong, he took care of it all at once. Don't worry, the real deal hasn't come out yet. Lin Lan crossed his arms, looking higher up into the sky. Although most of the mosquitoes were burned to death, the mastermind controlling the swarm was still very much alive. Ding! Main story quest triggered. Ambition of the House of Evolution. Quest description. Monsters created by the mysterious organization, House of Evolution, are rampaging in City Z. As an S-class hero, you have the duty to eradicate evil. Stage 1 objective. Defeat the demon-level monster, Mosquito Girl. Quest reward. 40,000 EXP, 2,000 gold coins, unlock next stage of the quest. A quest really was triggered. And it's a multi-stage chain quest. Lin Lan was secretly delighted. 40,000 experience points, while not much, it was better than nothing. Most importantly, it would allow him to continue unlocking the next quest. Saitama understood Lin Lan's intention for waiting here. He gave an, "Oh," and said, "Are we waiting here for the monster controlling the mosquitoes to appear?" "Yes, let's see just what kind of strength Dr. Kusno's proudest invention has," Lin Lan said with a smile. Not far away, Gino suddenly raised his head. In his perception, a high-energy life form was approaching. His life-sensing function allowed him to sense nearby life approaching, letting him be ready to face enemies at any time. Combined with scanning, he could know an opponent's basic strength from a great distance. Indeed, within Gino's line of sight, he saw a high-energy life form in the sky. In the distant sky, an enchanting figure hovered. It was a monster with a human female torso but limbs that displayed insectoid characteristics. Her hands and feet were sharp claws, and transparent wings grew from her back. Her facial features were extremely exquisite. Ignoring the monster characteristics of her body parts, she looked exactly like a human beauty. Name: Mosquito Girl. Level: 42, early demon level. Faction: Monster, House of Evolution. HP: 35,000. Status: thirsting for blood, needs blood to evolve. Basic information about Mosquito Girl appeared on Lin Lan's retina. It was just as he expected. Mosquito Girl's strength had just reached the threshold of demon level, making her roughly equal to Gino's. But this was only her normal state. Mosquito Girl had a special ability, evolution. To think you actually burned all my children to death. Mosquito Girl looked down at Gino's from above, a playful smile on her face. Then pay for it with your blood. Ah. Wait, you're a hunk of iron, you don't have blood. Since you have no blood, I'll just tear you into scrap metal. After saying that, the wings on Mosquito Girl's back vibrated violently, and her figure turned into an afterimage as she dived down from high altitude. Incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Gino's. So fast. Gino's was startled. His body instinctively leaned back while he raised his right arm to block. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Mosquito Girl's claws collided with the super alloy arm, producing the sound of metal clashing. The massive impact sent Gino's sliding back dozens of meters. Only this much. Mosquito Girl hovered in midair, licking the residual mechanical taste off her claws with a look of disgust. Truly disgusting. Gino's didn't waste words. The thrusters under his feet erupted at full power, and he charged at Mosquito Girl like a rocket. Bang, 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 bang. The two engaged in a fierce melee battle in the sky. Gino's offensive was incredibly fierce. Every punch was backed by the thrusters, possessing enough power to shatter rock. But Mosquito Girl's flexibility far exceeded his imagination. She darted left and right in the air, using her speed advantage to toy with Gino's, occasionally leaving gashes on him with her sharp claws. In just 1 minute of fighting, Gino's body was already damaged in several places, and even a piece of armor from his left arm had been torn off. However, Mosquito Girl didn't get off easy either. One of her legs had been burned off by Genos. Is this a demon-level monster? Indeed, she has some tricks. Lin Lan stood in the distance, watching all this. Although Genos is level 45, his combat style is too straightforward, he's at a disadvantage against such a high mobility opponent. Furthermore, the current Genos is still in his early version. His equipment hasn't undergone multiple upgrades, so both his defensive power and firepower are still lacking. As it stood, Genos held the advantage, but only slightly, not by much. The flames released by Genos had a certain restraining effect on Mosquito Girl. After several rounds of confrontation, two of Mosquito Girl's legs had been severed, while Genos had paid the price of one arm. Seeing things were going south, Mosquito Girl used her flight advantage to quickly fly toward the distant sky. In Genos's eyes, this action meant she was trying to escape. Although Genos had lost an arm, as a cyborg, it hardly affected him, his combat power had not weakened. It's useless, you can't escape. Genos pursued relentlessly, having no intention of letting Mosquito Girl go. But at that moment, Mosquito Girl, who had flown high into the sky, suddenly stopped. She opened her arms and began to summon the mosquito swarms within a 50-kilometer radius. People in the city could hide to avoid having their blood sucked, but the animals in the forests and the natural world could not. Come quickly. Inject the juice you've accumulated into my body. In that instant, the dense swarm of mosquitoes formed a massive black sphere in the sky, enveloping Mosquito Girl inside. In the entire town, is she collecting blood from an even wider range? Is blood more than just food to her? Genos finally understood at this moment that he had to eliminate these gathered mosquito swarms as quickly as possible, or there would be big trouble soon. Thus, he began to condense a stronger incineration cannon in his hands. Full power, incineration cannon. Boom. A pillar of fire, thicker than before, shot into the sky, directly covering the entire airspace where Mosquito Girl was located. This strike used up more than half of Genos's energy. The mosquitoes in the air were instantly evaporated, but Mosquito Girl also vanished along with them. What? Genos's pupils contracted. Where are you looking? A cold voice suddenly came from behind Genos. Genos whipped his head around, only to see a red afterimage. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of metal snapping, Genos's remaining arm was severed at the root and flew into the air. I was careless. Genos stumbled back. Losing both arms this time meant his combat power was significantly compromised. Mosquito Girl had now completed her evolution, her entire body turning blood red. In the distance, within Lin Lan's field of vision. Name: Mosquito Girl Evolved Form. Level: 52 Demon Level Peak. HP: 70,000. Status: all attributes significantly increased, speed increased by 200%, attacks carry a lifesteal effect. Lin Lan looked at the evolved Mosquito Girl with excitement in his expression. Her level increased by 10, evolving directly from early stage demon level to demon level peak. Her health doubled, and her speed increased by 200%. Only this kind of monster is worth killing, otherwise, the experience is simply too little. Saitama, seeing the evolved Mosquito Girl, also immediately analyzed the battlefield situation and said, Lin Lan, that robot looks like he's about to lose. That big mosquito sucked herself full of blood and became really strong. Mosquitoes are so annoying, when can we step in? The mosquito in the house earlier had made his teeth itch with irritation, he utterly loathed mosquitoes. He couldn't hit the small ones, but surely he could hit one this big. Don't worry, let's wait a bit longer, Lin Lan said. In the distance, with Mosquito Girl and Genos. This power, it's wonderful. The evolved Mosquito Girl was no longer a match for Genos. She didn't eliminate Genos immediately, but simply gave a casual swipe. Boom. With a light strike, a nearby building was sliced in half at its waist. Genos watched this scene, a flash of determination in his eyes. I can't win, remaining energy is less than 20%. In that case. The energy core in Genos's chest began to emit an eerie red glow. I'm sorry, Doctor. Self-destruct. This was his final resort in a desperate situation. Even if we both perish, I will eliminate you. Just as Genos was preparing to rush up for a one-for-one, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Hey, Tin Can Kid, don't be so impulsive. Genos was stunned and turned to look. He saw a young man in casual clothes standing behind him, holding a tachi that emitted an eerie purple light. It was Lin Lan. Who are you? Get out of here. It's dangerous. I'm about to detonate my core. Genos clearly took Lin Lan for an ordinary person. Self-destructing is such a waste, it's expensive to fix. Lin Lan patted Genos' shoulder and said with a smile, "You're one of Dr. Cusno's proudest inventions. If you're gone, he'll be heartbroken. You know the doctor. Now isn't the time for small talk. Step aside for now, leave this big mosquito to us." Lin Lan didn't have time for more explanations. Us. Genos was confused. Before he could react, Lin Lan had already bypassed him and walked toward the mosquito girl ahead. Another one seeking death. Mosquito girl looked at Lin Lan, her eyes full of disdain. You look quite tender, your blood should be delicious, right? I don't know about delicious, but your experience points will definitely be tasty. Lin Lan drew his sword from its sheath, and the tachi collector sliced through the air with a purple cold glint. Arrogant. Mosquito girl was enraged by Lin Lan's attitude. Her figure flashed, and she instantly vanished from the spot. Her speed was more than double what it was before her evolution. Die. The next second, she had already appeared above Lin Lan's head, her sharp blood-colored claws slashing down fiercely. This strike could crush any steel. Genos shouted, "Watch out." However, facing this lethal strike, Lin Lan didn't even raise his head. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he raised the tachi in his right hand. Clang! A crisp sound echoed all around. Mosquito girl's indestructible claws were steadily blocked by the tachi held horizontally in midair, just centimeters from the top of Lin Lan's head. What? Mosquito girl's eyes widened in total disbelief. Her full power strike after evolving was actually blocked. Moreover, this human hadn't even looked at her. Is that all you've got? Demon level peak. Lin Lan looked up, purple light flickering in his eyes. You're done with your attack, right? Next, it's my turn. Lin Lan's wrist flicked suddenly. A powerful sword intent radiated from his body. Lin Lan's tachi followed the momentum with an upward slash. Uppercut. This move could even launch a giant weighing tens of thousands of tons, let alone a mosquito. Bang! Mosquito girl felt her body grow light as she was uncontrollably launched into the air. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Mosquito girl said in terror. But the nightmare had only just begun. Lin Lan assumed the preparation stance before a combo. Knees slightly bent, he launched himself upward, instantly catching up to the floating mosquito girl. Flowing heart. Leap. Flowing heart. Rise. Flowing heart. Pierce. In midair, Lin Lan's figure turned into a purple afterimage, dealing a frenzy of damage around Mosquito Girl. Once Mosquito Girl was knocked into the air, she was destined to endure a full combo of Lin Lan's skills. In midair, the purple cold gleam of the tachi collector was like a blooming purple lotus of death. The speed Mosquito Girl took such pride in was useless before Lin Lan's flowing heart series of skills. She simply couldn't break free. Flowing heart. Rise. Lin Lan's figure traced a Z-shaped trajectory in the air. With every turn, the hum of the tachi collector resonated through the air. The tachi collector, carrying an unmatched rising sword chi, slammed fiercely into various parts of Mosquito Girl's body. Bang! Mosquito Girl felt as if her internal organs could explode at any moment under this continuous onslaught. Ah! As soon as her scream faded, Lin Lan's follow-up combo arrived in quick succession. It's not over yet, get down here. Lin Lan forcibly twisted his body in midair, utilizing the air stall ability provided by his skills. The tachi collector in his hand instantly created several afterimages as he slashed out again. Fierce dragon sky-shattering slash. Roar. A high-pitched dragon's cry echoed through the skies of Z-City. Lin Lan's figure vanished, replaced by a golden dragon of light. This was the manifestation of condensed sword chi. The light dragon opened its massive maw, carrying immense destructive power as it ascended toward Mosquito Girl in the sky in a zigzag pattern. The first collision. Crack. Mosquito Girl's falling body was violently struck by the golden dragon. This time, Mosquito Girl immediately spat out blood, losing more than half of the blood she had just struggled to consume. Ah! What the hell is this thing? Mosquito Girl screamed as her body was sent flying by the powerful force. However, the golden dragon did not dissipate. Lin Lan's figure flashed within the light, followed immediately by a second return strike. Puchi. The blade of the Tachi collector sliced across Mosquito Girl's abdomen. Then came the third and fourth strikes. Every collision left a new wound on Mosquito Girl. The four-stage slash was as smooth as flowing water, so fast that Genos below couldn't even track it. Only 4 lingering golden trails remained in the air, locking Mosquito Girl firmly within a web of blades. HP minus 12,000. HP minus 25,000 critical. HP minus 28,000 counter. Striking red numbers continuously popped up above Mosquito Girl. When the final slash ended, Lin Lan's figure reappeared, holding a follow-through posture with his back turned to Mosquito Girl. Not dead yet. Lin Lan tilted his head slightly, glancing behind him out of the corner of his eye. Mosquito Girl had long since lost the arrogance of an evolution queen. She was covered in blood, 3 of her 4 limbs were broken, and only one wing was still feebly fluttering. That once seductive face was now filled with extreme terror. Monster. You're a monster. Mosquito Girl's voice trembled as she looked at Lin Lan. She couldn't understand. She had drained the blood of every living thing for miles and evolved into her strongest form, so why did she have no power to fight back against this human? Even that stupid lion and the dull gorilla in the lab didn't have this kind of terrifying strength. Lin Lan showed a row of white teeth and smiled. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a proper human, not a monster. Oh, your HP is bottoming out. Time for me to harvest. As he spoke, Lin Lan walked toward Mosquito Girl. To Mosquito Girl, that smile was like the grin of a devil. Mosquito Girl had lost all her previous arrogance, her eyes filled only with endless dread. This human was a monster, no, a devil. A devil more like a monster than any monster. Don't kill me. Mosquito Girl's voice shook, her body instinctively writhing backward. Sorry, I don't keep pets, especially blood-sucking ones. Lin Lan raised his hand, and the blade of the Tachi collector glowed with a purple-black light once more. Ghost. Lin Lan intended to finish her with Ghost Slash, but Mosquito Girl's survival instinct overcame her fear. Mosquito Girl suddenly bit the tip of her tongue, burning the last of her essence blood. Screech. A mist of blood suddenly erupted from her mangled back, forcibly propelling her broken body like a streak of bloody light into the sky. She was even faster than before. Trying to run. Lin Lan frowned, and the Ghost Slash in his hand instantly swung out. ZZT. A massive circular sword chi swept out, instantly leveling the surrounding ruins. But he was ultimately half a beat too slow. The sword chi grazed past the soles of Mosquito Girl's feet. My experience points. Lin Lan cursed under his breath, preparing to activate another skill to give chase. Mosquito Girl had already flown several hundred meters away. She looked back as she flew, her eyes full of venomous hatred and relief. As long as she made it back to the House of Evolution. As long as she let the doctor repair her body. Next time she would bring her entire army and tear this human into 10,000 pieces. However, in her panicked flight, she didn't notice that someone was standing in the path ahead. A bald man. A bald man wearing a yellow jumpsuit and a white cape, with a completely blank expression. Mosquito Girl didn't know how this bald guy had suddenly appeared in front of her. He clearly didn't have wings, so how could he jump so high? Compared to Lin Lan, she felt this bald guy was surely just an ordinary human, a random passerby she could crush at will. Get out of the way. Mosquito Girl roared. Even though her body was mangled, killing an ordinary person was still more than she could handle. Mosquitoes, so noisy. Saitama was in midair, but to Mosquito Girl's horror, this bald man could suddenly accelerate while airborne. He instantly rushed in front of Mosquito Girl and raised his hand for a casual slap. Slap. Crisp and loud. No bells or whistles, just a single slap to Mosquito Girl's face. The crisp sound echoed through the empty street. Poof. A mist of blood exploded in midair. Mosquito Girl had already been beaten to a pulp by Lin Lan, and this slap directly ended her life. Her body burst apart in the air, and the resulting blood splattered all over Saitama. After Saitama landed, he shook his hand and wiped it on his cape with a look of disgust. Mosquito blood, how gross. In the distance, Lin Lan froze in his pursuit posture. A system notification appeared on his retina. Target deceased. Non-player kill detected. Assist Express gained. 2000 points. Gold. 100. Lin Lan's mouth twitched. 2000 points. There should have been at least 50,000 experience points, plus potential gear drops. Now all that was left was a 2000 point consolation prize. Saitama. Lin Lan used flash to appear in front of Saitama, pointing at the pool of blood on the ground as he complained, "Why were you so fast? I was just about to hit her. That was my monster." Saitama blinked innocently and said, "I saw it escaping and thought you couldn't catch it, plus mosquitoes are really annoying. It's fine, I'll tell the association that you deserve the credit. Is this a full matter of credit? What I wanted was the experience points. Forget it, she's already dead. And an assist kill still counts as completing the mission. Story mission, Ambition of the House of Evolution, completed. Express plus 40,000, Gold plus 2,000. The next phase of the mission will begin within 3 days. Host, please pay attention to your surroundings and changes in enemy status. Although Mosquito Girl was KO'd by Saitama, because it was an assisted kill, it still counted as completing the mission. Genos had lost both arms and a leg, but he could still barely move. He had witnessed the entire process of Mosquito Girl's death with his own eyes, and his gaze towards Saitama and Lin Lan was filled with excitement. The power he had been bitterly searching for 4 years, the power that would allow him to take revenge and destroy the rampaging cyborg, was right before his eyes. And suddenly, two of them appeared at once. The man with the sword had used swordsmanship that could only be described as magnificent, which left him extremely thrilled. This was art, it was a violent swordsmanship waltz. As for the bald man, although he looked unremarkable, his strength was incredibly pure. He killed Mosquito Girl with a single slap. Even though Mosquito Girl was very weak at that moment, she was still quite powerful. Lin Lan sheathed his Tachi collector, not caring much about the small amount of experience. He spoke to Saitama, who had already wiped the mosquito blood from his hand. "Saitama, let's go. Let's head home and keep playing games." "Okay." Saitama responded and jogged over to Lin Lan's side. "What are we eating tonight? How about we cook hot pot at my place? I bought beef on sale yesterday." "Sure." The two were just about to leave. Genos' voice came from behind them. "Please wait." Genos dragged his broken body, struggling to stand up. But since one of his legs was gone, he could only barely support his body with the remaining one. "Please tell me your names." Saitama stopped, looked back at Genos, and said, "I'm Saitama." "I'm Lin Lan," Lin Lan added. "Mr. Saitama. Mr. Lin Lan." Genos did not hesitate and shouted loudly at them, "I want to take you both as my masters. Please accept me as your disciple." Hearing this, both Lin Lan and Saitama remained very calm. Lin Lan knew Genos might pull this move. There was a plot point about becoming a disciple in the anime. Saitama picked his nose with a blank expression. "No." The answer was crisp and direct. Lin Lan thought about it and also felt it was unnecessary. I'm busy. I'm not interested in taking a disciple, especially one that needs repairs." Lin Lan also refused directly. Was he joking? He was too busy leveling up himself. How could he have time to mentor a disciple? If it were a setting like Naruto, where he could gift equipment and skills, that would be one thing, but this DNF system relied purely on his own grinding. Taking a disciple would only be a distraction. "Why?" Genos asked, unwilling to give up. "Because it's a hassle." Saitama said as if it were obvious. "Besides, you're practically scrap metal in your current state. You should hurry and find a repair shop." Lin Lan glanced at Genos once more before leaving. However, Genos was not discouraged by the rejection. Watching their departing figures, a look of determination flickered in his eyes. "I will definitely make them accept me." Meanwhile, over at the House of Evolution. In a secret base, Genos received news from his clone. Mosquito Girl had been killed. Genos was the founder of the House of Evolution, and a genius scientist. To prevent accidents, he had cloned himself multiple times and developed many powerful monsters, including Mosquito Girl. The one currently talking to him, who looked exactly like him, was a clone. She was taken out. After all, without sucking blood, she's just a fragile bug, Genos said to Clone No. 28. The clone held some data in its hand and said, "No, the mosquito was defeated after absorbing a large amount of blood." What? Genos turned his head in shock. The clone presented a video clip. A small tracking camera recorded a small portion of the footage. Please take a look. Genos's expression turned fanatical. These two both look very strong. They could both become excellent specimens. Even if we have to use forceful means, we must investigate their bodies. Send an envoy to invite them to our House of Evolution. Time skip. The next day. City Z, Ghost Town apartment. Sunlight shone through the window into Lin Lan's room. Saitama was sitting cross-legged in front of the TV, controller in hand, working through a newly released RPG. Lin Lan was on the side reading a manga book. I have to say, the manga in this world is quite interesting. Not bad, not bad, Lin Lan read with great interest. Just as the two were going about their daily life, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. A delivery. Lin Lan put down the manga and said to Saitama, "Saitama, you go get the door." Why me? I'm right at the boss in this level. Saitama didn't even look up, his fingers working the controller frantically. Let's do rock paper scissors then. No need, I'll go. Lin Lan put down the manga in his hand, stood up, and walked to the entryway. Click. The door opened. Genos was standing outside. Master Lin Lan. Good morning. Genos bowed 90 degrees and shouted loudly. Lin Lan was stunned for a moment and looked him up and down. Good grief, that recovery speed is fast enough. He was a pile of scrap metal last night, but today he had changed into a brand new outfit, and even his arms had been replaced with the latest gauntlets. It's you. Genos, right. Lin Lan leaned against the doorframe and asked with interest, how did you find this place? I investigated the household registration data for this area and the usage of abandoned buildings. Although this is a ghost town, only this apartment building has records of water and electricity consumption, Genos said with a serious face. You really are persistent. At this time, Saitama also walked over. Seeing Genos, he was also taken aback. Oh, you're the one from yesterday. Master Saitama. Master Lin Lan. Genos bowed again, his tone sincere. Please, you must take me as your disciple. I want to become stronger. Saitama looked troubled. I already told you it's a hassle, and I don't really have anything to teach you. I'm not afraid of hardship. I can endure any kind of training. Genos continued to plead. It's not a matter of hardship. Let him in. Lin Lan interrupted Saitama's refusal. Saitama looked at Lin Lan with some surprise. Hey, Lin Lan, do you really plan on taking a disciple? It'll be crowded with an extra person in the house. The corners of Lin Lan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Let's hear what he has to say first. Since we're bored anyway. Of course, that was only the surface reason. Just now, when Genos requested to be a disciple again, a new system prompt suddenly popped up on Lin Lan's retina. Ding. Detected a qualified disciple candidate. Triggered hidden system. Master disciple system. Accept. Genos's request to become a disciple. Acceptance rewards. Unlock master disciple bond function. Obtain disciple growth experience feedback. 20% of experience gained by the disciple will be directly converted into host experience. Random epic equipment pot X1. Disciple exclusive buff. Martial arts enlightenment. Disciple's cultivation speed increased by 50%. When he saw the second reward, Lin Lan's eyes lit up. 20% experience feedback. Saitama originally wanted to just chase the clingy Genos away, but Lin Lan suddenly spoke up, expressing his intention to take him as a disciple. The reason was none other than the fact that Lin Lan had just received a system notification, unlocking the master disciple system. 20% experience feedback. What kind of concept was that? It meant that whenever Genos killed monsters to level up in the future, Lin Lan could receive 20% of the experience just by lying at home. And who was Genos? The famous budget warrior of the S-class heroes in the story, a hardworking little bee, wherever there was a monster, there he was. He was simply a tireless AFK monster farming machine. This disciple must be taken. No, he was clearly a walking experience pack in an ATM. A few minutes later, the three of them sat around a small low table. Lin Lan poured a cup of tea for Genos. Tell me, why are you so obsessed with becoming stronger? Lin Lan asked despite already knowing the answer, taking a sip of tea. Genos sat upright with his hands on his knees, his expression turning serious. It was 4 years ago. I was still a human with a physical body, living a happy life in this world. Until that day, a rampaging cyborg destroyed my hometown. Genos began his reminiscence, recounting the events of his childhood. From family trifles to being saved by Dr. Kusno, and then the psychological journey of revenge along the way. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Saitama's expression shifted from blankness at the start to gradual impatience, and finally, veins began to bulge on his forehead. At this moment, a crow flew by outside, letting out a caw sound, as if mocking Saitama for being played by Genos. Stop. Saitama finally reached the end of his patience and slammed the table, causing the teacups to fly up. It's too long. Summarize your life experience in 20 words or less. Genos was startled and immediately shut his mouth, his brain working rapidly to condense his language. I want to get stronger to defeat the cyborg who destroyed my hometown. That's more like it. Saitama sat back down, picked his ear, and said, but I have nothing to teach you. My method of getting stronger, you probably won't be able to learn it. Genos was just about to push further. Lin Lan set down his teacup and cleared his throat. Ahem. Both of their gazes focused on Lin Lan. Lin Lan looked at Genos with a gaze as if he were looking at a hen about to lay golden eggs. It's Genos, right? Yes. I have felt your determination. Lin Lan spoke nonsense with a straight face. Although Saitama here finds it troublesome, I am a relatively soft-hearted person. Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly take you in as a registered disciple. Really? Genos stood up abruptly, his eyes full of pleasant surprise as he said, thank you, teacher Lin Lan. Wait, Lin Lan, are you serious? Saitama looked surprised. Lin Lan patted Saitama's shoulder and leaned in to whisper in his ear, this guy looks pretty rich. If we take him in, our rent and food expenses will be covered. Besides, having an extra person to clean the house isn't bad either. As soon as Saitama heard rent and food expenses, his original stance of wanting to refuse wavered instantly. Cough. Since Lin Lan put it that way. Saitama coughed and said, then I'll reluctantly agree as well. But let's get this straight first. I will only teach you physical training, you'll have to figure out everything else on your own. Yes. Teacher Saitama. Teacher Lin Lan. After Saitama finished saying this, he felt that something was not quite right. Genos was incredibly excited and immediately pulled a stack of bills from his pocket, placing them heavily on the table. This is the apprenticeship gift. And also the future living expenses. Please be sure to accept them. Looking at that thick stack of bills, Saitama's eyes instantly turned into two symbols. So much. Lin Lan, on the other hand, was very calm. This much cash was worth about 10 gold coins. Money was truly just a pile of waste paper to Lin Lan. What he was interested in were the system rewards. He pushed the money to Saitama at the side, letting him keep it. Saitama wasn't polite either and directly tucked it away. Ding! Due to your generosity, Saitama's favorability +1, current favorability, 43, friendly. The system notifications didn't stop there. Ding! Successfully took Genos as a disciple. Master Disciple system officially activated. Reward obtained. Random Epic Equipment Jar X1 stored in inventory. Bond established. Current favorability 30. Disciple Genos obtained buff. Martial Arts Enlightenment. As the system notification sound faded, an invisible force enveloped Genos. Genos's originally excited emotions suddenly calmed down, and he felt as if a power had been injected into his thoughts. Many things he couldn't figure out in combat before were suddenly understood at this moment. Especially when looking at Lin Lan. In Genos' vision, Lin Lan's body seemed to radiate a faint sword intent. This sword intent seemed capable of cutting through all things. Is this teacher's aura? Genos looked at his own hands in shock. Even though he hadn't undergone any modifications or upgrades, he felt that his power had risen by a level. This feeling, my strength has increased. Just by successfully becoming a disciple, I could have this kind of insight. Sure enough, my judgment was not wrong. These two are absolutely terrifyingly strong. Thinking this way, Genos looked at Lin Lan and Saitama with eyes full of admiration. Alright, since you've become a disciple, let's talk about the rules. Lin Lan stood up and said with a serious face, Saitama will teach you how to train your body, and I will teach you, well, combat awareness and techniques. But for now, sweep the floor first, then go to the supermarket to buy groceries. We'll have hot pot tonight to celebrate. Yes, teacher. Without a second word, Genos began to work. Looking at the hard-working Genos, Lin Lan nodded with satisfaction. He opened the system panel. Genos Disciple. Level 45. Status: Martial Arts Enlightenment in progress. Current experience contribution 0. Alright, time to look at my reward. With a thought, Lin Lan looked at the jar emitting an orange glow in his inventory. Random Epic Equipment Jar. Description: can randomly grant one piece of epic equipment suitable for the current class LV60-LV70. I hope it's something good. Lin Lan took a deep breath and chose to open it. The jar shook violently, then exploded into a burst of golden light. As the light dissipated, a piece of equipment appeared in the item slot. Obtained epic equipment. Barnes Hurricane Short Boots, Heavy Armor. Although it wasn't a weapon or the light armor he wanted most, this was a level 65 epic pair of shoes. The attributes were absolutely explosive. Lin Lan checked the attributes. Movement speed plus 15%, attack speed plus 10%, attack power increase plus 15%. This was a huge profit. However, with only one piece of equipment, he couldn't use it yet. Although the attributes of his current two pieces of light armor were a bit worse, that said effect was equivalent to having an extra life. Forget it, let's put this piece of equipment in the warehouse for now. Lin Lan placed the new equipment he had just obtained into the system space, feeling very satisfied with his disciple, Genos. A cyborg who didn't need to eat or sleep was a literal nuclear-powered workhorse. He was incredibly convenient for chores. Crucially, Genos was also diligent. Case in point, in less than half an hour, Genos had thoroughly cleaned both Lin Lan's and Saitama's apartments inside and out. Even the toilet was scrubbed until it was gleaming. This is way too clean. Saitama stood at the bathroom door, looking at the shiny toilet with a face full of disbelief. I feel like my quality of life just jumped up several levels. Lin Lan, meanwhile, lay sideways on the sofa, watching Genos busying himself in the kitchen, feeling secretly pleased. Having a level 40 plus disciple as a housekeeper was just too convenient. Most importantly, Genos was not only efficient but also exceptionally considerate. 12 p.m. A folding table was set up in the middle of the living room. The red oil soup base in the copper pot was bubbling and steaming, and the aroma of hot pot filled the entire room. The table was laden with a dazzling array of ingredients. Among them was premium beef with beautiful red and white marbling. One look was enough to tell it was high-quality stuff. This is top-grade Wagyu I just bought from the supermarket, along with the freshest vegetables. Genos untied his apron, walked over carrying the last plate of washed crown daisies, and said respectfully, "Please enjoy, masters." Oh. Is this the premium beef? Saitama's eyes instantly turned into stars, and he was practically drooling. I haven't seen beef this high-end since that time in A City. Genos, you're the best. Hey now, Saitama, who are you taking shots at? I invited you to eat over in A City, but you insisted on staying home to play games. You can't blame me. Lin Lan said. Last time in A City, after the premium hot pot and foot baths, Saitama had felt so awkward that when asked to go again, the guy was actually too embarrassed. The main reason was that Lin Lan insisted on going for a full-service massage after eating, and Saitama couldn't bear to face the female technicians. Saitama didn't reply, simply picking up a piece of beef and starting to swish it in the pot. Lin Lan and Genos then sat down as well. The three of them sat around the table. Saitama was eating with great joy. After taking a few bites, Lin Lan couldn't help but praise, Genos, I didn't realize you were such a good cook. The flavor of this hot pot base is perfect, not too salty, not too bland. I'm glad you like it, Master Lin. Since I lost my family at a young age, I've always cooked for myself. After becoming a cyborg, I occasionally took on part-time jobs, and cooking for others was one of them, Genos explained. I see. I'm deeply sorry for what happened to you as a child. Lin Lan said before putting a piece of cooked meat dipped in garlic chili sauce into his mouth. Delicious. Eating hot pot and drinking a little wine, this was the life. Genos didn't eat, he didn't need to, and instead stood by to pour water and serve dishes for Lin Lan and Saitama. Just as he was pouring water for Lin Lan, his movements suddenly froze. Genos' cybernetic eyes were flickering with light. What's wrong, Genos? The water is about to overflow, Lin Lan reminded him. Genos snapped out of it, set down the kettle, and his expression suddenly became grave. Master. Enemies. Genos stared toward the ceiling and said in a low voice, my radar has detected multiple lifeforms approaching this apartment at high speed, and, they're already here. Before his voice could fade, the system's notification sound rang in Lin Lan's mind. Ding. Main quest. Ambition of the House of Evolution, Stage 2 triggered. Quest description. The House of Evolution has dispatched an elite squad with the intent to subdue the host and Saitama to turn them into experimental subjects. Quest objective. Annihilate the assassination squad, Mantis Man, Beast King, Earth Dragon, Sluggington, etc. Quest reward. 80,000 EXP, 5,000 gold, 2x random rare material chests. They're here already. Faster than expected. Lin Lan raised an eyebrow, but his chopsticks didn't stop as he put a few pieces of beef tripe into the pot. 80,000 express wasn't a huge amount, but with it, he could level up immediately. However, before Lin Lan could finish cooking the tripe, boom! A loud crash came from overhead. The ceiling collapsed instantly. A green figure burst through the roof. It was a monster with the head of a mantis and scythes for arms. It hung upside down from the ceiling beams, its sharp scythes swinging to cut through the load-bearing pillars above. Rumble. A large amount of debris came crashing down. As luck would have it, it fell right into the hot pot. Splash. The debris landed in the soup base, sending oil splashing everywhere. The hot pot was instantly turned into a pot of sludge. The boxes of premium marbled beef that hadn't even been put into the pot yet were also struck by the debris. The entire room was in shambles. I am Mantis Man, an elite of the House of Evolution. You are surrounded. Surrender peacefully and come back to the lab to be our samples. Name. Mantis Man. Level. 42 Early Demon Level. Faction. Monster, House of Evolution. HP. 45,000. Status. Excited, unbeatable. Another demon level. Lin Lan scanned Mantis Man's data. Genos quickly stood up, taking a combat stance. Master, be careful. This guy. However, before he could finish his sentence, Saitama's voice rang out. Do you have any idea how expensive that beef was? Midair, Mantis Man paused. Beef. What nonsense are you talking about? The point right now is. That was premium stuff you can't even get on sale. You fool. My hot pot. The beef Genos worked so hard to buy. Pay me back. Boom. Saitama moved. A punch flew straight toward Mantis Man's face. Wah. Mantis Man didn't have time to defend. His eyes only reflected a rapidly enlarging red glove. Thud. With a dull sound, Mantis Man's upper body simply vanished. He wasn't sent flying, rather, he was directly pulverized into dust by the terrifying power of that punch. The remaining lower half dangled from the beam for a moment before dropping to the floor with a thud. The residual force of the punch didn't stop, piercing straight through the apartment roof and blowing a massive hole through the clouds above. Sunlight poured through the hole, illuminating the mess in the room. Genos' mouth hung open as he watched the scene in shock. Although he had seen Saitama swat Mosquito Girl yesterday, it hadn't been this direct. This time, he felt the power of that punch from point-blank range. That kind of strength was terrifyingly powerful. Arg, this is so infuriating. Saitama stood amidst the ruins, looking at the pot of hot pot that had turned into sludge, his heart aching. My leeks, my tofu, my premium beef. Lin Lan sighed and set down his chopsticks. Looks like this meal is over. He glanced at the half-corpse of Mantis Man on the floor. Saitama took out Mantis Man with a single punch, leaving Gino stunned for a long while. This was his first time witnessing Saitama's terrifying power. Teacher. Just as Gino's was about to speak, he sensed several more life forms. He turned his head sharply toward the wall, his electronic prosthetic eyes peering through it to see the situation outside clearly. There are high-energy signatures outside. The number, 4, no, 5. Gino's expression turned grave, and he said in a deep voice, the energy signature of one of the creatures far exceeds that of the mantis from before. Lin Lan set down his chopsticks. Since he couldn't finish his meal, it was time to get to work. Even though he hadn't eaten much at all. Let's go take a look. Lin Lan stood up and leapt through the large hole Saitama had blasted open. Saitama followed behind with a dark expression. Gino's followed right after. On the street below the apartment building, several monsters from the House of Evolution had already surrounded the place, led by a lion that walked upright. It had a hulking body over 3 meters tall, arms crossed over its chest, radiating a powerful sense of oppression. Name: Beast King Level, 58 Demon Level Peak Faction, Monster, House of Evolution, Affection, 0 HP, 180,000 180,000ths of a megapixel, 60,000 skills, Lion slash Flow Crowd. Description: the second-ranked combatant of the House of Evolution, possessing an extremely brutal personality. Inner thoughts: Mantis Man was dealt with by one person. How boring. Behind the Beast King stood an armored gorilla wearing heavy armor. There was also a frog man lying on the ground, and a slime-covered slug man. As for the last one, it was an earth dragon burying itself in the dirt. This lineup was indeed much stronger than the Mantis Man from before, who only knew how to chop vegetables. Oh, you actually took out Mantis Man. The Beast King looked down at the 3 people who walked out, a hint of excitement flashing in its crimson pupils. It seems Dr. Gino's was right, you really are excellent experimental subjects. Especially the bald one and the one with the sword. The armored gorilla and earth dragon behind the Beast King spoke up. The Beast King stuck out its tongue and licked its sharp fangs. If I cut off your limbs and bring them back, the doctor shouldn't mind, right? Hey! Saitama suddenly spoke up. He pointed at the ruined apartment behind him, the veins on his forehead throbbing. That green guy from before, he was your accomplice, right? The Beast King sneered. So what if he was? That trash, he died, so be it. That's good. Saitama clenched his fists, looking serious. Since he was an accomplice, you have to pay for the damages. Huh. The Beast King was stunned for a moment. The repair costs for the ceiling. And the money for that pot of high-grade beef. Hand over your wallet. Saitama roared. The whole scene went silent. Even Lin Lan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this what the strongest hero focuses on? Nonsense. The Beast King was clearly enraged. It waved its claws and ordered its subordinates behind it. Armored gorilla, that cyborg is yours. Earth dragon, you take care of the bald one. As for that kid with the sword. The Beast King's wild eyes locked onto Lin Lan. I will personally crush his bones one by one. The armored gorilla, feigning coolness, spoke word by word while looking at Gino's. Tar. Get. AC. Quired. Then it charged toward Gino's. Gino's didn't waste any words and directly met the armored gorilla. At the same time, the ground under Saitama's feet suddenly began to shake. Saitama looked down. Before he could react, 2 arms reached out from the dirt and grabbed Saitama's ankles. Whoosh! Saitama was instantly pulled into the ground. Only his bald head remained exposed on the surface. He, gotcha. Earth Dragon poked half its body out from the dirt nearby and laughed triumphantly. Once I pull you into the ground, no one can escape. Just stay there obediently and be a potted plant. Saitama blinked, looking at the surrounding soil. What is this? A mud bath. He didn't seem in a hurry to get out, instead feeling that it was actually a bit cool. The battlefield was instantly split. What remained was the main event on Lin Lan's side. Lin Lan stood in the center of the street, his hand on the hilt of his blade, looking at the Beast King in front of him, as well as the Frog Man and Slug Man beside it who were looking to pick up an easy kill. What? Do you three want to come at me together? Lin Lan raised an eyebrow. To deal with you, I alone am enough. The Beast King arrogantly lifted its chin and said to the two monsters beside it, you two, go help Earth Dragon dig that bald guy out and take him away. Yes, Lord Beast King. The Frog Man and Slug Man acknowledged the order and turned to run toward Saitama. Did I say you could leave? Lin Lan's voice suddenly turned cold. Clang. A crisp sound of a blade ringing out echoed. Lin Lan's figure didn't move. But the Tachi collector in his hand had already been unsheathed by an inch. An invisible sword aura instantly spread outward with Lin Lan at the center. Bato Zan. This was a high-level technique after the Sword Soul Awakening. In the DNF system, this move has a wide-range attack hitbox. Swish. A circular purple sword light instantly swept across the bodies of the Frog Man and the Slug Man. Those two monsters hadn't even had time to take a second step. Their bodies froze in place. The next second, splat. Two pillars of blood shot into the sky. The bodies of the Frog Man and the Slug Man were severed in two at the waist. Killed demon level monster. Gained express plus 15,000. Killed demon level monster. Gained express plus 15,000. Two small fries, 30,000 EXP in the bag. Lin Lan slowly pushed the Tachi collector back into its scabbard, making a crisp, click, sound. Now, it's quiet. Lin Lan looked up, smiling at the Beast King. Just the two of us left, Big Cat. The Beast King's pupils constricted sharply. It hadn't seen how Lin Lan attacked. Those two subordinates, while not as strong as it, were still demon-level monsters, and yet they were taken out in an instant. You guy. The Beast King put away its previous disdain, its muscles tensing, and a violent aura erupted from within its body. It seems you are qualified to make me take this seriously. The Beast King slowly raised its right claw. The sharp claw blades glinted coldly in the sunlight. Lion slash. Swish. 5 visible vacuum-cutting waves, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, whistled toward Lin Lan. The power of this strike was enough to slice through any steel armor. Lin Lan stood where he was, not intending to dodge, and held his Tachi collector horizontally in front of him. Block. Clang. The moment the lion slash touched the scabbard, it was deflected directly. The ground under Lin Lan's feet shattered instantly, but he remained standing there without moving an inch. Auto block, passive, triggered. A passive skill of the Sword Saint that can block physical attacks. Is this your ultimate move? The corners of Lin Lan's clothes were slightly dirty. He patted the dust off his scabbard and teased, the power is okay, but the accuracy is too poor. Haven't you eaten? Big kitty. Big kitty. This completely enraged the Beast King. As the number 2 figure in the House of Evolution, when had he ever suffered such an insult? I'm going to tear you to pieces. The Beast King roared and swung both claws. Lion slash. Cascading flow. This move was the Beast King's trump card, a wide-range attack built upon the lion slash. Over a dozen slashes spread out in all directions. The surrounding buildings instantly collapsed under this terrifying offensive. In an instant, the entire street was turned to ruins. This was the strength of a demon-level peak, with half a foot already in the dragon level. Facing this overwhelming attack, Lin Lan's eyes held a look of excitement. Now this is more like it. Lin Lan gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. This time, he chose to take the initiative. Army Breaker Rising Dragon Strike. Lin Lan's body lowered slightly, and then he suddenly lunged forward. Golden super armor instantly enveloped his entire body. Facing the barrage of slashes, he charged directly into the Beast King's attack range. Bang 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 bang. Several slashes struck the golden shield, making loud explosions, but they couldn't stop Lin Lan in the slightest. This was super armor. Ignoring control effects, a forced advance. In the blink of an eye, Lin Lan had already rushed in front of the Beast King. What? The Beast King turned pale with fright. It hadn't expected this human to dare charge through its ultimate move. Up you go. The Tachi in Lin Lan's hand suddenly performed an uppercut. A massive force struck the Beast King's chin. Boom. Even the previous giant's younger brother could be kicked flying, let alone the Beast King's smaller frame. He was kicked directly into midair by this blow. Airborne. But it wasn't over yet. The Ta-Chi collector in Lin Lan's hand followed up with an uppercut. Sword chi erupted. At this moment, the laws of physics seemed to fail. The Beast King's over 3-meter tall body hung eerily in the air, unable to fall or move. The Sword Saint's domain. Lin Lan quickly raised the Ta-Chi above his head, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. A trembling aura erupted from his body. Extreme Ghost Sword Art. Tempest. Buzz. With Lin Lan as the center, the space within a 100-meter radius instantly fell into gloom. Next, a scene that drove the Beast King to despair appeared. 24 weapons of various shapes appeared out of thin air, quickly forming a massive cage of swords, trapping the Beast King firmly in the center. What kind of move is this? The Beast King struggled desperately in the air, only to find its body completely locked by an invisible force, unable to move. Enjoy this blade storm. As Lin Lan's words fell, his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, the sword formation activated. Swish. The first lightsaber pierced through the Beast King's shoulder. Then the second. The third. Lin Lan's figure turned into a stream of light, shuttling at high speed between the 24 weapons. Every time he gripped a weapon, it was a lethal slash. Swish 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 swish. Sword light poured down like a rainstorm. The Beast King's screams were drowned out by the dense sound of blades cutting through the air. Its fur, muscle, and bone were disassembled at this moment. Blood bloomed in the air like a tragic red lotus. Until Tempest ended, the enemy could only be a lamb to the slaughter. In just 3 short seconds, Lin Lan had already delivered 48 slashes. By now, the Beast King was covered in wounds, its health bar nearly empty. It's over. Lin Lan's figure appeared at the very top of the sword formation, holding the final main weapon, Ta-Chi collector. But he didn't slash down immediately. The purple eyeball on the Ta-Chi opened again, emitting an eerie light. Let me add a little something extra, embrace of the netherfire. Boom. A massive purple-black hellfire instantly wrapped around the blade. As Lin Lan's sword swung down heavily, the purple flames accompanied the final slash, piercing through the Beast King's body. Rumble. A massive explosion resounded through the sky. Sword chi and netherfire erupted simultaneously. The Beast King's body exploded in midair, turning into shredded meat. Then it was burned to ashes by the purple netherfire. Killed demon-level monster. Beast King. Gained experience points. Plus 45,000. Obtained materials. Lion King's Sharp Claws X2. Obtained gold coins. 3,000. Lin Lan landed on the ground, and the 24 phantom swords behind him slowly dissipated. This feeling of taking someone out in one combo is truly great. Lin Lan looked at the experience bar that was about to level up and nodded with satisfaction. This refreshing feeling of a combo can really only be experienced to the fullest in actual combat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield. Just as Lin Lan activated Tempest for a crazy output. Earth Dragon was hiding underground, trembling with fear. It had originally intended to cooperate with the Beast King for a sneak attack, but as soon as it poked its head out, it saw the terrifying scene of the Beast King being knocked into the air and then cut into 1,000 pieces. Monster. Both of these humans are monsters. Earth Dragon was scared witless, not even caring about Saitama whom it had just pulled into the ground, turning around to dig deeper into the earth. It was the Earth Dragon. As long as it was in the soil, no one could catch it. However, it had only dug halfway when it suddenly felt its tail tighten. A hand grabbed its tail. Hey, where do you think you're going? Saitama's emotionless voice came from behind. Earth Dragon turned its head in horror. It saw that bald human appear behind it at some point. This was dozens of meters underground. How could this bald guy dig down too? Let go of me. Earth Dragon clawed at the soil desperately, but its body didn't move an inch. Saitama held the Earth Dragon and pulled it out of the ground like a radish, bringing it back to the surface. You were the one burrowing around down there and making my floor collapse, weren't you? Saitama looked at the large lizard in his hand, black lines appearing on his forehead, Do you know how expensive the deposit for that apartment is? Do you know how much trouble it is to clean the floor? Earth Dragon was about to beg for mercy. However, Saitama didn't give it a chance. Holding it with his right hand, he raised his left hand and threw a punch. Bang! The punch landed on Earth Dragon's body. Poof! Earth Dragon's body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, scattering over the ruins. An instant kill. Saitama shook the blood off his hand and sighed. Another guy who dies in one punch. Why are the monsters these days so fragile? Meanwhile, in a corner of the street. Incineration cannon. Boom. A pillar of scorching fire gushed out. The armored gorilla, wearing heavy armor, clumsily raised its arms to block. Its proud alloy armor had already turned glowing red under Genos' continuous high-temperature incineration. How is this cyborg's firepower so intense? The armored gorilla exclaimed. It had originally thought Genos was just an ordinary cyborg, not expecting the other's firepower output to be completely unreasonable. Genos was expressionless, the discharge ports in his palms lighting up once more. He remembered the advice Lin Lan had casually given him while eating. When you're pounding away, you have to kill them in one go. Thus, he held nothing back. The thrusters on his shoulders opened, and he instantly rushed in front of the armored gorilla. Machine gun fist. Bang 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 bang. Countless fist shadows fell upon the armored gorilla like a violent storm. Every punch carried the explosive power of the thrusters. Crack. Finally, the armored gorilla's helmet could not withstand the violent battering and shattered. The massive impact sent it flying, crashing heavily into a wall and losing consciousness. A few minutes later, in the center of the ruins, the armored gorilla, the only survivor sent by the House of Evolution this time, was tied up and thrown onto the ground. Its helmet was shattered, revealing a goofy gorilla face. There was still blood on one of its nostrils. Although Genos had defeated it, it remained unconvinced. Although you defeated me, but with your ability, you cannot beat the second-ranked Beast King, just wait to be destroyed by him. The armored gorilla was still posturing, deliberately speaking in a fragmented manner. Just then, Lin Lan walked over, swinging the Beast King's tail in his hand, and said, "Are you talking about this guy?" At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The armored gorilla looked at the severed tail swinging in Lin Lan's hand, and its CPU overloaded in that instant. The Beast King. That was the House of Evolution's number 2 combatant. Aside from that monster sealed deep underground, the Beast King was the strongest existence. It actually died. What were you saying just now? Lin Lan casually threw the Beast King's tail in front of the armored gorilla and said, "Let us wait to be destroyed by him." The armored gorilla shivered. It looked at the severed tail, then at the bald man wiping blood off his fist nearby, and finally at the young man in front of it. The armored gorilla's original way of speaking with fragmented words changed immediately. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare my life." Genos was stunned for a moment. "Your voice changed. Aren't you a robot?" No. I am a biological gorilla wearing modified armor." The armored gorilla spoke extremely fast, with no trace of the cool posturing from before. "That was just a voice I put on to create a villainous atmosphere. Please let me go, I'm just an employee." Lin Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected, this gorilla was the only comic relief in the House of Evolution. "Since you don't want to die, then speak honestly." Saitama walked over and squatted in front of the armored gorilla. "What exactly is this House of Evolution of yours? Why are you coming to cause us trouble?" "Yes, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The armored gorilla swallowed hard and began to speak. "It all started when our boss, Dr. Genos, was young. He was a genius scientist ahead of his time. But his philosophy of using artificial evolution to help humanity overcome weakness was not accepted by the foolish academic world at the time." The gorilla fell into memories and began to ramble on. The doctor believed that human evolution had stagnated, and only by using scientific means to break the boundaries of species could one. Several minutes passed, and the armored gorilla was still chattering away. The expression on Saitama's face gradually disappeared, turning into a simple sketch style, and the veins on his forehead began to throb. So the doctor established the House of Evolution, started collecting various powerful biological samples, and attempted to create a new humanity. Ah, it's too long. Saitama clutched his head and shouted in pain. Who wants to listen to this boring startup history? And why are you starting to ramble again? Genos took out a notebook from the side, preparing to record seriously. Sensei, this is enemy intelligence, it might be important. Important my foot. Saitama pointed at the armored gorilla with a murderous look. Give me the main point. Summarize it in under 20 words. One more word and I'll beat you into scrap metal. The armored gorilla's fur stood on end. 20 words. The boss took a liking to your bodies and wants to capture you for research. Exactly 19 words. The air went quiet again. The pen in Genos' hand stopped. Lin Lan raised his eyebrows. This summarization ability was perfect. Saitama was stunned for a moment, then folded his arms and said with a serious and disgusted expression, I refuse. I'm not interested in men. Ah. The armored gorilla was dumbfounded. Lin Lan stepped forward and patted Saitama on the shoulder, explaining while holding back laughter. Saitama, what he meant by bodies isn't what you're thinking. It's literal physical bodies. He wants to slice you up for research to see why you're so strong. Slice me up. Saitama's face looked even worse. Isn't that even worse? That doctor is a pervert. Exactly, he's a pervert. Lin Lan nodded in agreement. Genos closed his notebook, thought for a moment, and said, Sensei, if we don't completely eradicate this organization, they definitely won't let it go. This kind of crazy scientist, once he targets someone, will endlessly send assassins. Although these small fries don't pose a threat to you, if we don't solve the root cause, I'm afraid we won't even be able to have a peaceful hot pot meal in the future. This sentence hit Saitama's weak spot. No hot pot, and no high-quality beef. How could that be allowed? In that instant, Saitama's gaze became sharp. That won't do. My daily life must absolutely not be disturbed by such a pervert. Saitama turned to look at Lin Lan and Genos. It's decided. We're going to that House of Evolution, right now and beating that perverted doctor into the air. Just what I was thinking. Lin Lan's lips curled up slightly. Just then, the system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding. Main quest. Ambition of the House of Evolution. Stage 3 triggered. Chain quest. Strike at the source. Quest description. Since you've been targeted, take the initiative. Head to the House of Evolution headquarters and destroy this evil organization. Quest objectives. 1. Breach the House of Evolution headquarters building. 2. Defeat the ultimate weapon, Asura Beetle. 3. Force Dr. Genos to abandon the evolution project or reach an agreement with the host. Quest rewards. 1. Express plus 250,000. 2. Gold plus 10,000. 3. Random epic grade accessory, Magic Stone Pot X1. 4. Unlock new feature. Equipment reinforcement furnace. 250,000 EXP. This is almost enough to level up twice, and there's also 10,000 gold. Good, 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 the quest rewards are incredibly generous. And there's an epic grade pot and a portable reinforcement furnace. You have to know, finding a reinforcement specialist in this world isn't easy. Although Dr. Kusno is amazing, one can't go there every single day. If I have a portable reinforcement furnace, I can reinforce equipment anytime and anywhere in the future. It's simply an essential artifact for home and travel. That Asura Beetle. Lin Lan calculated in his heart. According to the original plot, that is the House of Evolution's strongest combatant, a dragon-level monster. If it were the previous me, I might have to weigh my options. But now, a level 63 Sword Saint, fully equipped with top-tier gear, plus the embrace of the Netherfire percentage-based HP reduction divine skill, and Saitama, that invincible cheater, backing me up. I'm not afraid at all. Charge directly. Lead the way, armored gorilla. Lin Lan looked down at the armored gorilla on the ground. You should know where the headquarters is, right? I know. The armored gorilla nodded hurriedly. It's in the woods in the deep mountains right next door. I can take you there. Very good. Saitama nodded, preparing to set off. Please wait a moment. Genos suddenly spoke up. He walked in front of the armored gorilla and asked with a serious expression, I have a question. Has the House of Evolution been developing cyborgs since 4 years ago? The armored gorilla was stunned for a moment. 4 years ago? I suppose so. The boss's research has been going on for a long time. Then, Genos clenched his fists. Besides you, are there any other cyborgs here? Especially, that kind of rampaging cyborg that once received orders to destroy towns and possesses immense firepower. Standing to the side, Lin Lan couldn't help but sigh inwardly upon hearing this. The clue about the rampaging cyborg runs throughout the entire One Punch world and remains a mystery even in the later stages of the original work. But he knew that the House of Evolution did not have the person Genos was looking for. As expected, the armored gorilla shook his head and answered honestly. No. As far as I know, I am the only cyborg in the House of Evolution. The other combatants are basically new species, created through genetic modification and biological fusion, what you call monsters. The boss believes that pure mechanical modification has its limits and that only biological evolution is the future. The light in Genos' eyes dimmed slightly, but soon reignited. Is that so? Only you, huh? Although the lead was broken, Genos was not discouraged. As long as he continued to get stronger, and as long as he stayed by his two teachers' sides, he would find that enemy sooner or later. Since that's the case, there's nothing left to ask. Genos turned around and looked at Lin Lan and Saitama. Teachers, let's go. For the peace of Z City. No, for the hot pot later. Meanwhile, in the deep mountains several kilometers away, a building stood there, looking completely out of place with the lush forest surrounding it. This was the headquarters of the House of Evolution. In the underground control room, Dr. Genos stared intently at the big screen. The screen was filled with static. It was the scene where the signals of all test subjects, such as Mosquito Girl, Beast King, and Earth Dragon, had disappeared. Wiped out. Genos adjusted his glasses, his body trembling slightly. The trembling was not out of fear, but excitement. Too strong, simply incredibly strong. He pulled up the last footage transmitted by the micro-reconnaissance drone. Whether it was Saitama's pure physical strength or Lin Lan's astonishing swordsmanship, both exceeded his imagination. Is this the sample I've been searching for? One that has broken through the biological limiter. Genos turned around and looked at the row of clones behind him. Activate the level 1 defense system. Open all passages from the basement to the surface. Doctor. The clones asked, somewhat confused. Are we running away? No. A crazy smile curled up on the corner of Genos' mouth. Since they were able to take care of the Beast King, then ordinary defensive facilities are meaningless to them. Opening the gates is to welcome our guests. But, if they really break in, then let that one out. Genos' voice became low. Asura Beetle. Upon hearing this name, all the clones showed expressions of horror. Doctor. That guy is completely uncontrollable. Once released, even we will be killed. It doesn't matter. Genos looked at the 3 light dots moving at high speed on the screen. If it is to witness the end of evolution, even if it costs everything, it is worth it. On the mountain road leading to the House of Evolution, 3 figures were sprinting at high speed. Saitama was running in the lead. His movements were just like an ordinary person running, but his movement frequency was so fast that the naked eye could not capture it. Hey, Lin Lan, how much further is that House of Evolution thing? Saitama shouted back while running. I'm hungry. Let's finish fighting early so we can go back and cook noodles. Almost there. It's just over that mountain ahead. Lin Lan was following by Saitama's side. He was not relying solely on physical strength to run like Saitama. Ghost step. A faint blue light could be seen on his feet. In this state, his speed was boosted to the limit, allowing him to weave quickly through the treetops, gliding dozens of meters with every touch of the ground. This way of traveling was not only fast but also extremely cool. Genos was at the very back. Flames of propulsion erupted from his shoulders and back, and he was in a low-altitude flight state, closely tailing the backs of his 2 teachers. The speed of the 2 teachers is too fast. Genos was secretly shocked. Saitama-sensei goes without saying, that bottomless physical strength is simply a mystery. But Lin Lan-sensei's method of movement made him, a cyborg, find it unfathomable. No propulsion devices, no aerodynamic assistance, yet he could reach such speeds relying solely on a technique called footwork. Is this the ultimate meaning of martial arts? Genos felt he had learned something again. We're here. Lin Lan suddenly stopped and stood on top of a giant tree. Ahead, a towering building came into view. That is the lair of the House of Evolution. The armored gorilla, being held in one hand by Saitama, pointed forward and said, "Be careful, there are many traps in this area." Before he could finish speaking, Saitama casually threw the armored gorilla away. The next second, they appeared outside the gate of the House of Evolution. Is anyone there? Saitama cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouted loudly, "I'm here to beat you all up. Let's finish the fight early, I want to go home and eat." Lin Lan. Genos. This was truly a simple and crude way of infiltrating. Looks like there's no need to look for a doorbell. Lin Lan jumped down from the tree and drew the Tachi collector from his waist. Since the host has so enthusiastically opened the gate, we don't need to be polite. Lin Lan looked at the huge metal gate slowly opening, and a row of information appeared on his retina. Entering Instance Area. House of Evolution Headquarters. Recommended Level. LV65 LV75. Current Area Monster Density. Extremely high. Genos, Lin Lan called out without looking back. Yes, teacher. Since we're crashing the place, let's make it big. Lin Lan pointed at the building. Use your maximum firepower to greet them. Understood. Genos instantly understood Lin Lan's meaning. He raised his arms, and the incineration cannon in his palms began to charge energy. Maximum power incineration cannon. Boom. A terrifying pillar of fire with a diameter of over 10 meters roared toward the House of Evolution building. After listening to Lin Lan, Genos unleashed a full-power incineration cannon. Boom. Billowing smoke and a rising mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky. The original House of Evolution headquarters building had completely vanished, razed to the ground. The residual power of the incineration cannon spread outwards, and a heatwave rushed toward where Lin Lan and the others were standing. Hey, Genos. Saitama pointed at the building that had vanished before his eyes, his mouth twitching. Isn't this a bit too much? They had just been talking about going inside to beat up that perverted doctor, but Genos had gone and demolished the guy's house without a second word. Genos retracted his smoking palm and answered seriously, "Saitama-sensei, this is the most efficient method. Since it is the enemy's base, it must be filled with traps and ambushes. Instead of clearing them one by one, it is better to erase them physically. This way, most of the minions and defensive facilities are paralyzed, saving us a lot of unnecessary trouble." That may be true. Saitama scratched his bald head and looked at the bare patch of ground, but this is too cruel. It's not easy for people to build such a big building, and what if there were innocent cleaning ladies inside? Please rest assured, Sensei. My thermal scan just now showed that the building was full of biological signatures holding weapons, there were no civilians. Oh, that's good. Saitama breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Lan, standing to the side, felt exceptionally pleased at this moment. He ignored their conversation, his attention entirely focused on the system notifications on his retina. Ding. Your disciple, Genos, has killed House of Evolution clone soldiers X-128. Ding. Your disciple, Genos, has destroyed defensive turrets X-50. Experience gained. Plus 38400. Gold coins gained. Plus 2000. Satisfying. Although the experience points weren't huge, the experience fed back through the master-disciple system was quite good. Back when I used to carry low-level players in games, it was exhausting. Now that I've taken on Genos, it's equivalent to an automatic cheat. One shot, the map is cleared, and the experience is in the bag. This feeling of leveling up while lying down is simply addictive. Well done, Genos. Lin Lan gave high praise. When dealing with such evil organizations, one should be as ruthless as an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Your judgment was very accurate. Rather than wasting time in a maze-like building, it's better to just tear the maze down. Yes. Thank you for the praise, Lin Lan Sensei. Receiving Lin Lan's approval, Genos nodded vigorously. As expected, Lin Lan Sensei's level of thinking is high. Although Saitama sensei is kind, Lin Lan sensei focuses more on efficiency and results. I've learned something. However, Lin Lan walked to the center of the ruins, his combat boots crushing a scorched spot, and said, "This was just a surface bunker. The real lair is below." Although the surface building had been razed, he could feel massive biological signatures beneath the ground. Moreover, an extremely powerful aura was lurking deep underground. That must be the final boss of this mission, Asura Beetle. Below, Saitama walked over, squatted down, and began rummaging through the large chunks of concrete rubble. Very soon, he discovered a huge metal plate. This metal plate hadn't melted under Genos' incineration cannon, it was only slightly red on the surface. Found it, this should be the entrance. Saitama grabbed the edge of the metal plate. He lifted it with force. Creak. The half-meter thick underground door was casually tossed aside by Saitama. Boom. The door slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A square passage leading underground was revealed. A cold wind blew up from below, carrying the smell of chemical agents. Let's go. Lin Lan jumped down first. Let's go meet that Dr. Genos. Saitama and Genos followed closely behind. Meanwhile, deep underground, on the 10th floor. This was the core area of the House of Evolution, and an absolute restricted zone. Thick containment doors lined the corridor, one after another. Dr. Genos was walking alone in the corridor. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. The ground tremors and the blacking out of the surveillance screens just now made him realize that the surface troops had been completely wiped out. Those three monsters had already entered. Genos gritted his teeth. He had never imagined that his pride and joy, the House of Evolution, would be so vulnerable. Beast King was killed in an instant. The building was leveled by a single shot. Is this the power of old humans? No. This is absolutely impossible. That is the power of someone who has broken their limiter. Genos arrived in front of a huge door. With trembling hands, he entered a long, complex sequence of commands into the keypad. Beep. The sound of air pressure valves releasing air echoed. The heavy door slowly slid open to both sides. Genos walked in. This was a huge cubic space. The originally white walls and floor were now stained dark red with blood. Dozens of corpses lay scattered across the floor. Those were all Genos' clones. Some had been torn to pieces, others crushed, their deaths miserable. And in the very center of the room, a massive figure was sitting cross-legged on a pile of corpses. It had a heavy carapace similar to a beetle's, and knotted muscles, like a mountain of flesh. Hearing the door open, the figure slowly turned its head. A pair of mocking eyes stared fixedly at Genos. Yo, isn't this the original? Asura Beetle grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. What? Finally remembered me. Genos felt his legs go weak. But he forced himself to stand at the doorway, not daring to take another step closer. Asura Beetle, you should have vented your anger after killing so many of my clones, right? Genos said, struggling against the immense pressure brought by Asura Beetle. Upon hearing this, a strange smile appeared on Asura Beetle's face. Vented my anger. You locked me, the House of Evolution's strongest combatant, in this pitch-black, sunless place. How could I possibly have vented my anger? Your mental state is unstable. You saw it yourself, you killed so many of my clones. If I didn't lock you up, you would destroy the entire House of Evolution. Asura Beetle sneered disdainfully. Control. Ha 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 ha, idiot. I am the perfect form of the new humans you seek. The intelligence and physical level 1 possess are incomparable to you old generation humans. Therefore, it is you who should submit to me. No, you are a failed creation. You indeed possess extraordinary performance, but your conduct is lacking. Genos didn't say this out loud. He checked the device on his wrist and projected it onto the wall nearby. The projection showed Lin Lan, Saitama, and Genos entering the underground. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.